inputs, diversification from production only to also processing and transportation and service provision, diversifying the relationships that we develop, from the marketing systems, looking at new direct marketing and branding and different ways that we can ensure that products don't get wasted because they can't get to market, and that we don't lose livelihoods while we're in that process. And then finally, we need policy making. We need decision making. We need new partnerships, actors, and we really need much more solid and targeted investment. We need investment that actually flows to those whose hands are on the tiller, whose hands are in the forest, whose minds are constantly looking at how each plant is managing the daily survival and how we're going to feed our families. And so I think that we have a real opportunity today to talk together about these opportunities that we have, about the responses that are needed to really build resilience. And finally, I hope we talk not about just building or returning as quickly as possible to what was working before. Certainly, we want to do that. But I think this is an opportunity for us to re-examine and reevaluate and build back better, build back new, innovative ideas and approaches, so that what we have seen to be of real value during this COVID crisis become the principles for a new, more innovative, equitable, diverse, less stressful, a global system that really values good relationships, strong communities, restored landscapes, and far less wasteful economies. So thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate your being here and look forward to your inputs throughout the day. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jeff, for your very inspiring words. I think that they guide for the rest of the day. Now I'd like to ask Juha Marttila, the President of the Central Union of Farmers and Forest Owners of Finland, to make the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Tiina. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, greetings from Helsinki, Finland, and very warmly welcome to the international conference on the very current issue of resilience of food and agricultural systems in times of crisis. My name is Juha Marttila. I'm a farmer and forest owner from northernmost part of Finland. We call it Lapland, close to Arctic Circle. It's the land of midnight sun and Santa Claus. This COVID-19 shows that resilience of food systems is crucial for functioning of society and overall welfare. Farmers have always known this, but now the understanding has spread more widely. Everybody knows that we need to eat every day. And therefore now is the time to discuss the future of sustainable agriculture. Family farming and local food systems are usually the strongest ways to secure food availability in times of crises and transitions. The challenge for the future is how to secure and develop local and regional production systems and fair world trade system at the same time. We know that the role of producer organizations is extremely important when building sustainability and developing farmers' tools to improve their future potential. History and real life shows that the first steps of development, first steps to improve farmers' position in value chains are to build farmers' organizations. Dear friends, farmers and forest owners are the first to face climate change in their daily lives. We see that nowadays countries, organizations, and business are taking climate seriously. Our message is listen to farmers and forest owners. They are real experts of climate challenge. They are solution makers, they are climate makers, they have solutions to reduce emissions, sequester carbon, and produce food as well as other sustainable biomaterials for consumers. Thank you very much. I wish you an interesting conference and really fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. Now I would like Ms. Arianna Giuliodori on behalf of World Farmers Organizations to say the opening remarks. Please, Arianna.
Thank you very much, Tina, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. It's a real honor to be with you today and to share a few elements from our perspective as World Farmers Organization. I am the Secretary General of this farmers-driven member-based organizations. Our members like MTK in Finland are national farmers, forester, fishers, organizations and cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives that decided to join their hands to bring the farmer's voice into the international debate. I'm also glad to be here with other friends from regional farmers organization and our friends and fellow farmers like Esther or Pafo, with whom we work every day trying to bring the farmer's voice in the debates that are necessary. And in particular, I would like to tell you that COVID, from our perspective, has already taught us a few lessons, I think. And the first lesson that maybe you can also perceive from my screen, from my virtual screen, is that actually farmers have never given up, and farmers in this pandemic have proven to be the real primary sector. We are anchoring the food systems all over the world, and in particular the family farmers, who are the real backbone of our food systems across the globe. So we have experienced across this pandemic in different regions of the world a recognition for the role of the farmers. But this is not enough. We have also experienced huge disruptions in our value chains, even for reasons that are far from our activities on the field. So what we have learned is also that we are part of a bigger system. We are in a value chain, we are together with other actors, and we need to join hands and work together if we want not only to go back to normal, because you know, farmers didn't really like the old normal particularly. What we want, like Jeff said, is to build back better and to shape a new normal that corresponds to our expectations. And you know, farmers already own incredible solutions, and we know where to start to build back better. In the new normal that we want, for sure, farmers are driving food systems starting from local production, and family farmers, as I said, are the backbone of this society. In the new normal, farmers want a level playing field where local and international markets provide opportunities to farmers, and where there's a fair share of the value along the value chain. Because at the moment, unfortunately, farmers are experiencing too often prices that do not even cover the costs of production. In the new normal, we need to tackle challenges that are here to stay. Probably most of us have heard that many say that the COVID outbreak is meant to stay for a while, but climate change will stay forever if we do not act. That's why it's so important that farmers and actors of the value chains and civil society and research join hands. And let me tell you that farmers are already doing so. For instance, within WFO, we have been promoting an initiative at the beginning named Climate Makers, which is a global alliance that is now actually bringing together farmers organizations like PAFO, farmers from across the different regions of the world, CCAP, so the research world, the actors of the other sectors of the value chain with one purpose. We want to influence the international debate on climate change so that the government can take on board commitments that are not only sustainable from the environmental perspective, but that are also sustainable from the economic perspective of the wider agricultural sector. Because, and with this I will try to go to an end, actually, if we do not have a lively, healthy agricultural sector, it will be impossible to solve the many challenges that the Agenda 2030 for the Sustainable Development is posing on us. So partnerships, like Jeff said, partnerships where we need to be bold, partnerships where we need to break silos, partnership where we have to dare, we as farmers organizations joining hands among us, like we are already doing, but also partnerships with other players. We need to be bold and we need to invest in innovation. And innovation is about technology for sure, but innovation is a process. Innovation is also about empowering the small scale producers so that they can implement and access to fundamental tools for their viability on the farm. Finally, the traditional knowledge, which is also so important, should be enhanced and in a certain sense innovated to really deploy its potential. So if we want to achieve food security, if we want to fight climate change, if we want COVID to be remembered not only as a threat, but also as an opportunity to build back better, we need strong farmers organizations at local, national, regional, and global level. This is where we are really working as WFO, World Farmers Organizations, together with all of our national members and our regional partners. And I also would like to invite you, so today it's a very important session, very important webinar. We are learning lessons every day. So from our side, if you want to join us again, we will be also together online next 3rd of July to exchange views across the globe on what COVID has taught us. So thank you very much. Let's build back together a new normal, food systems and where farmers are the real key players. Thank you, back to you.
Thank you, Arianna. Powerful words. I'd like to give the floor now to Duncan McQueen, who is a principal researcher and leader in IIED Research Center. And he is talking about how to manage risks and maintain functionality within the smallholder producer system at the time of crisis. Please, Duncan. Duncan, please unmute yourself.
Unmute now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I'm here in Scotland. I work for a research organization, and I've been given the task of just introducing the concept of resilience and drawing a link from the technical workshop yesterday. I'm going to talk about this topic. I've titled it Regenerative Resilience. There's a sort of a passive resilience that is about coping with the inevitable effects of climate change, or there's a regenerative resilience, which is about restoring the world as we are resilient to climate change. And that's what I think we all want to work towards. Yesterday in the technical workshop, there were many forest and farm representatives. In the morning, Stefan Bont from Agricor challenged us with the question, what does multidimensional resilience really mean in practice? And we had many examples from across the world, many sectors: timber, mangrove fishing, dairy, cocoa, coffee, charcoal, many different types of farming. What does resilience mean? We heard about personal resilience, about farmers. One farmer from the Philippines said, I was not trained to surrender after 2 typhoons. We heard of how organizations are giving that personal resilience weight and scale, the importance of building trust between organizations to help people. We talked about savings, groups that were saving so they could invest in ways of becoming more resilient. Talked of the importance of profitability. Farming can only work if it's profitable. It can only attract young people if it's profitable. That's a key part of being resilient. And this applies to both men and women. Half the workforce are women. We need to have leadership and entrepreneurship equally among women farmers. Jeff's already mentioned diversification was a real theme, both diversification of the species that are being grown so that climate does not knock out all of your production, but also in the value chains, making sure you have many options to sell your products. We talked about the integration of farms and forests and culture, making something of your cultural production systems that can be used to market your products. We talked about organizational partnerships, building alliances, and the critical role. Farmers are the experts, and so this critical role of peer-to-peer exchanges, and for us outside organizations helping that to happen. I work for the Forest and Farm Facility, and peer-to-peer exchanges is an important component of our work. Finally, we had 2 toolkits that were introduced that you can get access to on the website. The Building Resilience Toolkit from Agricor, which is a practical farmer methodology for building resilience, and the Accessing Climate Finance Toolkit, which the Forest and Farm Facility is producing. So that's just a summary of yesterday. I was asked to do this. It's very difficult to capture that in just a few sentences, but I hope that's helped draw the link with the work yesterday. Now for today, why are smallholder farmer producers so crucial? You can see in the center in this diagram on the right, farmers really are the answer to many of the SDGs, reducing poverty, providing food, improving health, giving women opportunity, building economies, and so on. And it's the collective scale and agency that is so important, not farmers on their own, but farmers organized. And collectively, smallholders are worth 0.8 to 1.5 trillion annually. That's the biggest private sector. They produce 70% of the world's food on 25% of the inputs. Efficient production. They have multifunctional diversity. There are 1.3 billion people living in forest habitats and 500 million indigenous people. There's a great diversity and multifunctionality there. When we asked smallholder forest and farm producer organizations what values they were pursuing, you can see that it's not just profit, it's environmental protection, economic wealth, social respect and cohesion. These organizations are democratic, and so they're pursuing many of the things that make for prosperity for the long term. So how do we manage risk? How do farmers manage risk? Well, climate is one of many risks. We've seen COVID recently, COVID-19 as another risk, but there are also economic risks, there are natural resource risks, there are political risks. And so farmers look at various areas of their production in managing risks. They look at their finances, put in place savings. They look at their natural resource access and how they can steward that better. They look at their business relationships. They look at their political support structures and so on. And risk is about something, how likely is something to happen, and what are the scale of the consequences of that risk. And climate is becoming increasingly important. So how do we maintain functionality with climate or COVID-19? Well, first of all, we have to understand, on the left-hand side of this figure, we have to understand what the risks are. We need to know what the climate hazards are. We need to know how many of the members in the farmer organizations are at risk and what sort of risk, what vulnerability they have. And then we need to think about, well, how do we maintain our systems functioning? And these are not just single systems. It's not just about the ecology of your farm. It's also about your business, your economic system. And it's about your physical system, your irrigation structures, your electricity, your water supply. It's about your social organization. So resilience is about knowing what the hazards are and then putting in place actions that give you resilience. Now, when we're assessing risk, there's a great deal of power in organization. So we've heard, even in the chats this morning, the problems people have with getting accurate weather prediction data. This is where apex level farmer organizations can work with agro-meteorological organizations to improve predicting the climate hazards. At the regional level, regional FFPOs can help to map the exposure and the risk of their members. And then at the local level, you can have these more local level, okay, what are we going to put in place to address our vulnerabilities? Now, as we've been working in the FFF with farmer organizations, we've been surveying needs. And in a knowledge demand survey, this one looking at what are the real challenges you face with your land and natural resources, you can see that climate resilient information, how to run diversified climate smart agroforestry, some issues to do with tenure, but organic soil fertility maintenance. So a lot of farmers are worried about how are they going to cope with climate change. This is a real preoccupation that's much more prominent now than it was a decade ago. So in terms of building resilience responses, again, the power of organization, it's critical to work together. And Agricor yesterday introduced their building resilience toolkit, which I think is really useful. And it talked about 5 steps to adaptation, the sort of trying to prevent the hazards. So if you've got drought affecting your rice, how can you do that? You can have irrigation systems to prevent the hazard. You can decrease your exposure to the hazard, maybe diversifying your crops so that you're not just dependent on rice. You can decrease the sensitivity of those crops, so you can introduce new drought-resistant rice varieties. And you can make sure that the other stresses that the farmers might face are being catered to. So maybe mobilizing internal savings and loans funds to allow farmers to invest in solving their other problems. Alleviating the human impacts when droughts happen, so making sure there are other income generating responses. So you'll see on the right-hand side that there are various dimensions of being resilient. There's the the farm dimension, the crop diversification, getting the right seed in place, managing the soil, water regulation, and so on. There are the economic elements, the business elements of diversification, making sure you've got value chain alternatives. There are physical things you can do to protect yourself from climate change, sort of irrigation systems, rainwater harvesting, fire breaks, these kind of physical things. And finally, there are social things, organizing yourself, getting linked into support programs at the national level. I just want to give one example because time is so precious. We're doing currently case studies of resilience from forest and farm producer organizations from around the world. We'll publish that later in the year at a conference in Vietnam, we hope, once COVID relaxes the travel restrictions. But here's a case study from Kenya, and it's a case study of the Kenya Lake Elementaita Tree Nursery Self-Help Group. It's a group of tree nursery producers. How are they adapting to and becoming resilient to climate change? Well, in the ecological side, they are diversifying the species that they sell in their nurseries. And they're getting better sources of seed from KEFRI, Kenyan Research Institute, to help them do that. So they've got more and different things to sell. They're also training the buyers of their seed, which are mostly farmers, in how to do multifunctional agroforestry, which is helping their clients, their customers, to be resilient, and at the same time helping them to sell more products, more seedlings to those farmer groups. On the economic side, because nurseries are threatened by climate change, drought is a particular problem, and flood events. So in the droughts, it's much more costly to raise seedlings like this. And the growing of them is impeded, and the buying of them is impeded because people don't want to buy seedlings in drought conditions. So they've diversified into poultry, selling eggs in the roadside nurseries, also growing fruit and beans for sale. They're working to improve their own business. They're grafting and grading their seedlings so that they can get more money for the seedlings they do sell. It helps them economically. And they've set up a savings and loans group for their members. So they all contribute money into a savings and loans association. They loan to their members to help them diversify their businesses. On the physical side, they're putting in place rainwater harvesting, so they're not so dependent on the sporadic rains. They're using shading and mulching to reduce the impact of the drought on their seedling growing. So that's their physical adaptation, their physical resilience. And then critically, and I think probably most critically, they've consolidated their group. They've joined the Tree Nursery Group Association of Kenya, that gives them representation nationally. And that gives them partnerships with the research institutes, the Kenya Forest Service, the Water Resource Management Authority, FAO, WE-Effect. So through those partnerships, they're becoming more resilient with many, many different types of training and support activities. So I hope this has given you just a taster of how to manage risks and maintain functionality in times of crisis. And I'm going to hand over to some people much more knowledgeable than I, in particular to Esther. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Duncan. And thank you for bringing us already the different dimensions of resilience that we need. You mentioned ecology, economic, social, and physical. And I think that there's even the time dimension that is needed in the resilience. But now, definitely, I would like to give the floor to Esther Benunia, who is a Secretary General in Asian Farmers Association, and she will present us what we concluded during the first 2 days of the seminar. Please, Esther, the floor is yours. Dear Esther, remember to unmute yourself.
Yes, good morning to all our friends from Asia, from Europe and Africa, and good afternoon to all friends in Asia. So I have the pleasure and the opportunity to present the synthesis of the pre-conference consultation that happened 2 days ago, last June 9. This synthesis is a product of a small group from AgriCord, FFD, FFF, AFA, and PAFO, which worked even until late last night to produce this document. I will try first to make a slideshow, okay? A moment. Okay. So we had the organizers of this event conducted a web RuPaul questionnaire last May 2020 and circulated this questionnaire among FFPO leaders in Africa and Asia. The objective of this questionnaire is to gain understanding of the impact of the current crisis on FFPOs, focusing on COVID-19 and climate change in the different regions. We also asked the respondents about their current responses to COVID-19 and to climate change, and then what are the challenges and their strengths related to their responses. And then we also collected recommendations from them. There was a total number of 7 organizations representing 27 countries in both Africa and Asia. So 2 days ago, as I said, we had a live consultation on the results of this questionnaire. So the objective was to validate the findings of the responses to the questionnaire and formulate recommendations. So all in all, you see here all the participants last June 9. So they are composed of participants from forest and farm producer organizations, AgriCord and its member agencies, FAO, and Forest and Farm Facility. A moment, I cannot see my, I have to slide, I have to, a moment. So what are the main impacts of COVID-19 and climate change on FFPO? We asked the respondents about their the impact of COVID-19 and climate change. And as you can see, on the yellow part is on COVID and the green part is on climate change. And as you can see, the first highest three impact is the same for both COVID and climate change. So it's on income security, it's on increased poverty, and it's on increased food insecurity. What are the main hazards affecting the FFPO members? So many of them responded that the main hazards are on climate change and COVID, degradation of natural resources and natural disasters. And we could relate the degradation of natural resources and natural disasters to climate change. And the degradation of natural resources includes soil erosion, deforestation, water scarcity, and illegal mining. We asked in the questionnaire specific impacts, and in the consultation, these were validated during the June 9 consultation. So what is the specific impact on smallholder value chain functions? So in COVID-19, the FFPOs, the farmers, have impact in terms of input supply, like fertilizers and seeds. They have inadequate, they find it difficult to get these supplies. Also, they find it difficult to get and to trade their products during COVID-19. For climate change, the main impact is on production, in terms of the yields, the quality of the produce. This is impacted by climate change. What is the main impact on farmers' organizations? For COVID-19, the main impact is on loss in income, permanent loss of market opportunities, and disruption in the markets, while climate change is loss of income and disruption of services. We also talked about what is the gender impact of COVID-19. It's 22% of the respondents indicated that inequality has increased, especially gender-based violence, while in climate change, 15% of the respondents said that climate change increased inequality also, and it includes economic disparity and gender-based violence. So in short, what is the impact of COVID-19 and climate change? We can say it in one sentence: smallholder family farmers and the rural communities are on the front lines of the negative impacts of both COVID-19 and climate change. The impact can be differentiated according to age, gender, more impact to women, ethnicity, more negative impact to indigenous peoples. But overall, in all sectors across age, gender, ethnicity, smallholder farmers felt that they had decreased incomes, increased debts, increased food insecurity, increased displacement, loss of properties, and even lives during COVID-19 and especially during climate change. Okay, as Ariana has said, as Jeff has said, and as Duncan has said in their messages this morning, family farmers do not sit idly by and just wait for COVID-19 and climate change to take its toll on their properties and lives, but family farmers, through their organizations and cooperatives, take initiative. Okay. What are their initiatives? So we asked them in the question, and these responses has been affirmed during the June 9 consultation. So 100% of the respondents said that they had implemented responses to mitigate or reduce or take opportunities presented by COVID-19. So for example, awareness campaigns on how the virus is being how you can get the virus, changing market strategy like going directly to consumers, cutting the food chain, reducing the food chain or reducing the value chain, shorter value chains, distribution of protective materials like face masks, and collaboration with other key actors such as the government in these responses. For climate action, 90% of the FFP respondents are implementing climate action strategies to adapt and to mitigate the effects of the climate, like developing a climate strategy, developing climate resilient practices in farms and forests, some which were mentioned by Jeff and Duncan a while ago, and providing advisory services on climate adaptation and mitigation in collaboration with other actors. But even with these initiatives, these projects that activities that FFPOs conduct with their members, FFPOs still face challenges that are brought about by COVID-19 and climate change. These challenges are food insecurity, income insecurity, increased gender inequality and disruption, lack of adequate information and access to data, limited influence on policy processes and national local climate agenda, disaster risk reduction mechanisms, major challenges production due to limited access to necessary inputs combined with degradation and changing climate, and as highlighted by Jeff and Ariana also this morning, the challenge to get to be more organized. Many family farmers feel that they still lack organization and lack institutional capacity and technical know-how, especially among the members, and this hinders large-scale transformation to resilient practices. But why is it important? Why is it important to build the capacities of the smallholder farmers through their organizations? Why is it important, they are able to provide services to members so that they can do climate resilient practices or shorten the food chain or have stronger involvement in the value chain, because around 1.6 billion farmers and forest producers directly influence their lands and landscapes and manage or influence various production systems, value chain, and consumption of end products. So as we say, farmers are not only producers. We can be processors, we can be marketers, we can be distributors, and we are consumers also of food because we also eat. Okay. World that aims to end poverty and hunger by 2030, as well as achieving ambitious adaptation and mitigation targets, investments in family farming, agriculture, and in sustainable rural development is a clear imperative. And farmers are essential, especially their organizations and cooperatives. They are essential for mobilizing small-scale farmers and forest producers by the thousands and even by the millions. And with targeted and inclusive support, they can scale up their activities and become highly efficient in climate action. So the consultation in the questionnaire and the consultation last June 9 really focused on solutions and recommendations. And this we have two key recommendations. Within the FFPOs, we have two key recommendations to international partners of FFPOs like FFD, AgriCord, and FFF. Okay. First is to mobilize investment and provide sufficient direct financing to FFPOs so that these organizations and cooperatives can provide services to their constituents, smallholder, forest and farm producers, so that we can keep farming alive. So we need support for farm production through quick cash and farm inputs, have climate resilient practices. Then we build so that we can build smallholder long-term resilience, longer-term support for mitigation and conservation, and then include FFPOs as equal partners through the whole funding cycle from design to evaluation, and then bring initiatives to the local level and to local institutions. We want to also make governments accountable for its commitments to support agriculture. We want support to the risk and scale up our investment in climate resilient practices, ensure access to climate finance through specific programs, and fast track our transition to climate resilient agroecological practices. So here is the result of a question on what is needed to scale up FFPO's response. So if we get financing, these are all the things that we will do for our members. Second key recommendation is to recognize FFPOs as equal partners in design, implementation, and in decision-making of things related to agriculture, of things related to climate change adaptation and mitigation, especially in agriculture. So recognition that FFPOs are key equal partner, being heard and having a say, including us in all processes, and then have mechanisms, institutional and permanent mechanisms for including FFPOs in the different levels of decision-making at local, national, and international levels. Third, we focus on science, research, and technology, having farmers exchange and building on the traditional knowledge of the farmer. So we would like to have demand-driven innovations and support to farmer-led research and ensure access to smallholders the relevant technological innovations and data so we could multiply it and we could disseminate it to our members. In all of this, in direct financing to FOs, what is the mindset? What is the paradigm of the kind of transformation we can all work for as FFPOs, as development partners? What is building back better and what is the new normal? So in our consultations 2 days ago and in the responses, in the questionnaire, we have two things. First, we need to rebuild global and local food systems and innovate marketing mechanisms and increase diversity in such a way that rights of family farmers to natural resources such as land, water, forest, seeds, rights of family farmers to equitable markets, access and control of information and technology are recognized and promoted. Value chain development, stronger involvement of FFPOs in value chain. There is also diversity in the value chain and the food chains. Then markets has to be fair and provide decent income. There is a recognition of the multifunctionality of agriculture and forestry. And then we need not to add burden on women, but ensure that women have equal opportunities and are empowered in the process. And also considering that are vulnerable groups, even among the family farmers, to leave no one behind. So we ensure a just transfer to climate resilient societies. So that's all. And we hope that building back better and having a new normal in a post-COVID-19 and still in the climate change, acting for adaptation and mitigation will really empower family farmers through the empowerment of farmers' organizations and cooperatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. That was extremely powerful and very well capturing all the recommendations that we discussed and concluded. Now the next common speech has been pre-recorded. We have Ms. Satu Santala, Director General from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. Please, Eva, could you put her speech on? Oh, and before we start that, I want to say that we have text concluding the recommendations, both in English and in French, and we have just uploaded them into FFD's webpage, so they can be seen there as a full text. Thank you, Eva.
Dear friends, today's topic, disaster risk reduction and resilience from the point of view of agriculture, forestry and smallholders, is incredibly important today. Also, the broad range of concrete examples that have been heard here of how smallholders manage risks are really important and valuable for thinking forward about risk mitigation and management strategies. So thank you for arranging this event. In a globalizing world, societies face many and interconnected challenges, including security concerns, migration, climate change, inequality, economic instability, and as the latest, a pandemic that has really devastated all of us. The resilience of whole societies is becoming extremely important. The resilience discussion, however, often is mostly focused on risk factors in societies, and less attention has been paid on safety factors, which enable societies to avoid harmful trends and to cope with them. In the future, we need to understand better how stability in a society evolve and how to develop society's ability to cope with crisis. Smallholders' risk management capacity creates the basis for resilience of the whole food system in a society. As we've just experienced in connection with the COVID-19 crisis, disruptions in supply chains can cause food shortage and extensive economic losses both at local and global levels. Smallholders face a wide range of risks and challenges, from environmental to economic and societal risks, as we've heard in presentations this morning. Risk mitigation and management strategies need to combine different measures in order to address these complex situations. farmers' organizations really have a crucial role in preparing risk management strategies. I also wanted to point out that risks are not gender neutral, and nor should be risk management strategies. Women farmers are more highly exposed to agricultural risks than men are. Women and men also tend to cope with risk differently, given their asset endowments, their use of income and wealth, and the responsibilities they adopt both within the household and in the community. Understanding these different roles and situations of women and men is essential for successful strategies. As societies face manifold challenges, we need to address several dimensions to strengthen their resilience, including governance, institutions, technology, learning, planning, and foresight systems, and access to financing. Additionally, resilience has also social and cultural dimensions that need to be taken into consideration. By doing this, we can apply the resilience concept in many different crisis contexts. Stability in a society is also a precondition for smallholder farmers and foresters to do their job. A resilient society is more stable and can better and quicker prepare for, overcome, and recover from shocks. While governments adopt a holistic approach and improve their ability to assess risks and their interlinkages, they can also more effectively help farmers to manage their risks. Smallholders' resilience can be strengthened in many different ways and at different levels through political, economic, social, and technical interventions. And we must also not forget the role of institutions and well-functioning markets. With these words, thank you.
Thank you, Satu. And now we'll have a break. We start again in 25 minutes with the live panel. But take a cup of coffee, refresh yourself, and we'll be back in 10:30 Central European time. Thank you. Dear all, welcome to the panel session of the web conference. I would like to give now floor to Jeffrey Campbell, who will present the panel and the panelists. We still are struggling to find the two last ones, but let's start with the people who are already on board. Please, Jeff, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Tina, can you just let me know who is not yet on board?
We're still missing Carla Montesi. Oh, no, she just arrived.
I am in here. Okay.
Yes, thank you,
Thank you.
Carla. Arif Hussein is on the way. They said that he will be there in a couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to all of you, to our distinguished panelists and to all of the participants in this really, I think, very, very important session in our conference today. This will be an opportunity for us to hear international responses from leaders from many of the most important international institutions supporting the world's food systems and international development, and from large organizations representing the farmers as well. And here we really are looking to get different perspectives on international responses to support resilience, both in the short and the long term, and how these responses can effectively and directly engage farmers and their organizations. I don't want to spend a great deal of time with the introduction, but want to go straight to our panelists. And what I would like to do, if our panelists agree, is just to briefly give all of their names before asking them to begin the 7-minute presentations from their perspective. So it's a great pleasure to have with us today, who I believe is joining shortly, Arif Hussein, who's the chief economist from the World Food Program, Elizabeth Nsimadala, the president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization, Paul Winters, Associate Vice President for Strategy and Knowledge Department in IFAD, International Fund for Agriculture and Development, Carla Montesi, who's the Director of Planet and Prosperity at the EU Commission on International Development and Cooperation, Hannelore Birland, who is the Chief Executive Officer for AgriCord, one of our primary organizers for this event today, and Adriano Campolino, who's the Senior Policy Officer and the coordinator for the work in FAO around collective action and also producer organizations. So without further ado, if Arif Hussein is not yet with us, you're here. Welcome. Great, great. So happy to have you with us. In that case, your punishment will be to be requested to be the first to lead us off. Arif. Arif is going to talk about food security in the present situation and the forecasts and consequences at the global level from the World Food Program's perspective. Arif, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. It's really good to be here. Hello, everybody. Let me just start by giving you a global perspective on the food security side and with basically a few recommendations which we have been talking about. First and foremost, for the last 4 years, the food security situation in the world to begin with was not so great. Putting it in the terms of acute hunger, we have seen those numbers rising from 80 million people in 2016 to 135 million people at the end of 2019. So that's almost a 70% increase. We have also seen chronic hunger rising from 796 million people 4 years ago to 821 million in 2019. So what COVID has done, it has kind of compounded an already bad situation. So now Why has that been the case? And essentially, you have three big reasons. First and foremost, in terms of root causes, you have conflict. Of this 135 million people, which I'm talking about, 77 million are directly affected by conflict. The second one, climate change. 34 million people are directly affected by climate change. The third one, economic marginalization. Another 24 million. And as you know, this is never just one thing. It is always kind of combination of climate and economics and conflict. So again, a compounding effect. Now, if you look at that in regional sense, you got 73 million in Africa. Of that, again, 135 million. You got 43 in Middle East and Asia. And you got about 18 million in Latin America and Caribbean. So this is the state of affairs as per the Global Report on Food Crises at the end of 2019. Now, here comes COVID. Now, before I get into COVID, the other thing which is important to note is that if we were not talking about COVID right now, we would be talking about desert locust. And that would be our big story. So whether it is in East Africa, whether it is in Middle East, whether it is in Western Asia, South Asia, it would have been our biggest story. But then now we have COVID. So what COVID is doing, we have done some projections on that side. What we see is that in low and middle income countries, we expect another 130 million people over the course of 2020 to fall into acute hunger. These are people essentially working in informal sector, service sector, manufacturing sector. Think about people in Bangladesh in the garment industry, or in tourism in Kenya, or in Lebanon, or in Jordan. I mean, those. The second difference is that mostly we talk about rural populations, but this is also impacting urban populations. That's the second difference which comes in. So if you combine 135 plus 130, you're talking about over 250 million people who will be in trouble, who are in trouble in this time. Now, the other thing which we are really concerned about is that of these 135, about 30 million people are, which we call them, they're already in emergencies. Think of people stuck in war zones. So they are completely reliant on humanitarian assistance. So if we cannot get to them, they cannot get out of there, and that creates a bad cocktail. So they could end up paying the ultimate price if, for any reason, whether it is logistics, whether it is financing, whether it's stigma of disease, we cannot get in there. It's a big problem. Now comes the issue of where are we concerned about going forward? And as you have noticed, it's the southern hemisphere now, meaning places where winter is coming, the normal flu season is coming. And in particular, Southern Africa is a big issue. Why? Because chronic poverty, chronic hunger, malnutrition, history of HIV/AIDS, history of TB, successive climatic shocks, including El Nino of 2017, and then Mozambique storm, and very, very, very poor healthcare systems. So when you look at all of this, you say, oh, despite the fact that the population is young, it is a bad situation brewing. So we need to keep an eye on that side. Now, I know I'm very close to running out of time. What are we saying? What are we telling people in terms of what must happen? First and foremost, monitor. Use mobile monitoring systems to see how things are changing. Ask less, but ask often. That's our first thing. We are doing remote monitoring in about 30 countries right now. We have now casting in about 90 countries, and we need to take this to up to 60 countries, where we could look at consumption, coping, COVID, how it's doubling in 3 days, 7 days, things like that. Is that my Do I have time or, okay?
No, that's fine. In fact, it was my phone, which I'm not on mute, but it was a timely signal.
All right, okay, I will move fast. What we are saying is that first and foremost, in addition to monitoring, we need to make sure that we continue to reach the 100 million or so people that we reach every year. This includes cash assistance to about 28 million people, school meals to about 18 million people, nutritional assistance to about 17 million children and their mothers. The second thing is, regardless of how much we can do ourselves, the magnitude of problem is so big that we need to have fiscal space in countries to put in their own social safety nets. So that's the second thing, where if there was ever a time to, give concessional loans, grants, debt rescheduling, debt swapping, this is the time. And all of that needs to happen before people are forced to sell their productive assets, productive economic assets, meaning assets that they use to make money, because when they do that, then they fall into chronic poverty and hunger. The third thing we are saying is, don't forget the agricultural sector. Right now, globally, we have enough stock, enough food and everything. But if farmers cannot go to the fields, if they cannot plant, if they cannot harvest, if seeds don't come on time, fertilizer doesn't come on time, that means that you're going to see the repercussions for the next season. And then global stocks will not be enough. The fourth thing which we are saying is commercial trade must continue to move. Because if commercial trade doesn't move, humanitarian trade isn't going to move either, or cargo isn't going to move either. So that is really important. And in that spirit also, keep an eye on the trade policies of countries, meaning people should not be imposing export bans, import subsidies, things like that, which then artificially disrupt markets, raise prices, especially now when the purchasing power is so very, very depressed. Last point, bottom line is that it's a global problem, which requires a global solution. And that solution is affordable treatment. But till we get to that state where we have affordable treatment for everybody, we need to make sure that we are saving lives like we are doing, but also that we are protecting livelihoods. If we are able to do these two things well, maybe we come out of this better. Or if we don't, we are looking at second wave, third wave, fourth wave of this shock. Why? Because the nature of disease is circular. Like if you see in Italy, we are coming out of this, Southern Africa or Southern Hemisphere, South Africa, South America for that matter, it's going up. So unless it is taken care of in both places, you're not really out of it. I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and excuse me for the interruption. Being the chair, I should be the most organized here. We really appreciate this very stark reminder, Arif, of the reality. I mean, this is extremely serious, and the problem is compounded by other stressors. You mentioned the desert locust and other things. Climate change is there in the background, which really put a huge number of our fellow earthlings at serious risk. And I think this is something that is a wake-up call. Even though we've been hearing about nothing else on the news, these numbers are still really important. You told us we need to monitor more. We need to really think about the social safety nets and be much more accommodating of ways to achieve those. You reminded us that the agricultural sector is at the core, and impacts now will affect next season, not just the current one. That commercial trading and these kind of exchange processes need to continue, and we need to save lives and protect livelihoods. We really appreciate that. And I'd like to now ask Elizabeth Nsimadala, President of PAFO, to talk about really the role of farmers as key actors in value chains and food systems and the perspectives from farmer organizations. Elizabeth, the floor is now yours. Thank you, Arif.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeff. Good morning and afternoon to all colleagues who have joined into the International Web Consultation and Conference on multidimensional resilient smallholder producers and farmers managing risks. As introduced, I'm Elizabeth Nsimadala. I'm an agripreneur and from Uganda, the president of the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization and also the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation. PAFO briefly is a continental platform representing voices of more than 80 million family farmers that belong to over 17 national farmers organizations from 49 countries in Africa. Today, I'm going to bring the perspective of farmers organizations, and I'm going to handle farmers as key actors along the value chain and food systems. The important message I want to bring forward is that farmers are core to every value chain. By this, I mean that we generate and sustain the entire production, the entire value chain production. But however, considering all our efforts, we get the raw end of the stick. And this is mainly because we are not involved in the value chain post-production. We are limited in investing in the production aspect and do not invest in the post-production processes. And by post-production processes, I mean logistics, including, for example, production aspect, the post-harvest handling, the access to markets, the financing, among others. And these are processes that are usually shorter in terms of time and production investments. But these are easy to track in terms of financing than the production, which is usually lengthier and very vulnerable to the risks. When you look at the market-led approach, it has unfortunately disenfranchised the farmers, as it has been more exclusive in the design. It has denied farmers the necessary partnerships and information to make them better decision makers and better investors. This lack of information in retrospective has also resulted in exclusion in terms of development of both the financial and the risk management instruments that are needed for financing the production. It has also denied most of our investors the opportunities that are important to mechanize the small-scale agriculture because of the fragmentation of farmers during the production. We all understand the aspects of the agriculture sector in Africa. Most of our farms are fragmented and most of the farm holding is usually less than 3 hectares per farmer. So with the ever-changing climate events, this has already been elaborated on by all the pre-current speakers. Ariana talked about it, Jeff alluded on it. Most of the value chains have faced serious disruptions in production, and this has resulted in food insecurity and associated spikes in food prices. When you take an example of Africa as a continent, the COVID-19 stepped in at the heels of recovering from the cyclones, and of late we just received in the eastern region, the northern and the western parts of the continent have also been going through the dry spell. So all this has created disruptions in terms of production. It's therefore important that we acknowledge the role of partnerships and relations in terms of building beyond the post-production, so as to include farmers and for them to benefit from opportunities that are available at the post-production. This is where we need partnerships in terms of investments, in terms of markets with the off-takers, in terms of research, so that we can have, for example, the drought tolerant varieties and so on. Such opportunities can also result in increased productivity. Better and informed investments in form of the choice of value chains, the appropriate technologies, and mechanization of smallholders, and benefits of economies of scale through aggregating farmers for markets. The COVID-19 should be a learning experience for us as, as family farmers, as producer organizations. We need to bring in the aspect of digitization, where we can virtually aggregate our farmers for both the input, the output, and the service markets. The inclusion of farmers in all the value chains and food systems will bring farmers to the table with the decision makers. This would lead to inclusive and better ownership, and hence the implementation of policies that are being developed leading to sustainable food systems. We've all the time been talking about engaging and involving farmers in all the value chain aspects and all the decision-making tables. This is where our participation is very key, and we need to bring the voice of farmers to the decision-making tables so that all the policies that are put in place are ably implemented. However, we know that this inclusion must go beyond the lip service. There must be deliberate efforts by our governments, our development partners to involve farmers on board. I want to appreciate partners like the European Union, the Organization of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, IFAD, FAO, the World Bank Private Sector Window, among others, for the outstanding support to the producer organizations. There also must be deliberate and significant resources invested in farmers to make their work engaging. Farmers are always pushed to the corner so as to prove ourselves. Resources have been used before to fragment farmers further, and resources that have been set aside for farmers have in the past not fully reached them. Having said that, the final takeaway for everyone is that farmers, being custodians of different genetic pools of crops, of livestock, and fisheries, we must be given a significant role in sustaining food chains and systems. Thank you to everyone. Merci beaucoup. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for reminding us that of the centrality of farmers, and the fact that they still often get the wrong end of the stick, and that the potential for engaging them in the whole series of post-production access to markets and financing can be vastly improved. That we don't want to just go back to the old market-led approaches, which may have in many cases disenfranchised many farmers, but rather we need to build new opportunities. You talked about the data, informed investments, new innovations, and scaling up to reach economies of scale, but that all of these need deliberate efforts and support. And that they should accommodate and bring farmers in, not create greater difficulties for them, and go beyond, therefore, the lip service, even in terms of participation and consultation and engagement, but really move forward, and that by doing that, we may in fact create new opportunities. Thank you so much for that. I would like to now turn to Paul Winters from IFAD to give us his inputs on the responses of international finance to changing needs in agricultural and forestry sectors, and the perspective also of the ASAP Plus program at IFAD to support farmer organizations to address climate change. Paul, the floor is yours, and thanks again, Elizabeth.
Thank you. So to start, one of the IFAD works towards long-term development. So one of the things that we're trying to always keep in mind in the response is what is our long-term objectives, where are we trying to get to, and also reminding ourselves of what the long-term challenges are. And I raise this partly because of some of the evidence that came out of the Ebola crisis. There's a nice paper called The Tragedy of the Urgent, which talks about how in the Ebola crisis, some issues like gender were ignored because people thought they just had to act. They had to act quickly. And because of that, they failed to miss out on some opportunities to actually improve the condition of women, of youth, of others, of indigenous peoples, and led to more problems. And so we, in all of our responses, we should think of the long-term development objectives. So in terms of COVID, IFAD has started the Rural Poverty Stimulus Facility. And the idea here is that IFAD has 204 projects in the field. They're worth about $15 billion. Some of that can be repurposed, but ultimately we want to try to add additional funds to address that. In doing that, what we're trying to do is recognize that some of the challenges that COVID's created. And if you heard Esther Penunia's talk earlier today, she noted those common challenges and they fit exactly with what we're trying to do. One is to make sure inputs are provided in the short run, because input markets there are issues. That market output opportunities. Esther actually sent us a video at one point that showed some of the challenges faced in Asia of reaching markets. And so to make sure that we're providing market opportunities. To provide finance, because the financial constraints that farmers are facing. And then last is linked to one of the common challenges, which is information that Elizabeth also just mentioned, which is digital agriculture and providing digital information. So those are the kind of the 4 areas where we're trying to work in the stimulus facility. And they're all designed to avoid the downturn that occurs in the short run for farmers so that we can maintain our long-term trajectory. Because we've been working in these 204 projects with a long-term development objective. And the fear is that farmers face this situation, they sell off their assets, they get worse off, and they lose their resilience as we go along. And we lose all the gains that we made. So we want to make sure that we maintain those gains and keep our eyes on those longer term 2030 objectives. So that facility is the step in COVID. Now, as Jeffrey mentioned, we're also working towards longer term resilience. So the short term recovery, we hope to move towards what we're calling ASAP Plus. We in the past had the Adaptation for Smallholder Agriculture program. The idea of this was on top of our normal operations, our normal work, we would add an additional funding to build climate resilience. And that was quite successful. And in fact, much of it was mainstream into our normal operations. And right now, 31% of our funding goes to climate finance, which is building up resilience. But we still see that there's a lot of countries that don't have the funding, that we need to move not just to adaptation, but mitigation. And so we need ASAP Plus will do the same type of thing, but we'll be focused on poorer countries, lower middle income and lower income countries. And as part of that, we also want to work more broadly. Now, the focus of ASAP was with governments, topping up what we already did. And now we want to start working more with civil society. And part of that is working with farmers organizations. And so the hope is in this stage, we could provide more direct funding to farmers organizations for climate change. So we had the Farmers Forum back in February at IFAD, and they told us, one, they're interested in participating in ASAP, but also that they have lots of ideas about how to address climate change, both in terms of adapting to building resilience, but also towards agriculture that can be mitigated, and that they need the support to do that. So what we're trying to do, and part of the plus of ASAP Plus, is to expand it into this element of civil society and to give funding directly to farmers organizations. We also hope that they can play a role in some of the governance of ASAP Plus in the sense of being there in the discussions as we develop it. Finally, let me also mention there's a new initiative that's being pushed forward to make sure I get the acronym right. The 3S initiative, which stands for Sustainability, Stability, and Security, that the UNCCD has been promoting. This is an initiative by 14 sub-Saharan African countries, led by Morocco and Senegal initially. It has a lot of what it wants to do is build long-term resilience. And we've been talking with UNCCD about moving forward with this. As I said, it's an initiative from African countries, but all of us should try to get on board to support this, because it's largely built around addressing things like COVID, addressing concerns about land degradation, climate change, addressing issues of migration, and to build that moving forward. So let me stop there, and only last to say that we hope that in doing all of these things that we can get the input of the farmers' organizations. We found it quite useful, the input we got right immediately after COVID started, some of the information they were providing to us, and we need to continue that. And as an example, you know, these ideas on information and requirements for information, we think digital agriculture is an option, but it'd be good to discuss something like this with Elizabeth and Esther and others about whether that's appropriate for farmers' organizations and what they think. Let me stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, just unmuting. I really appreciate very much, Paul, your information and the perspective that you provide, which I think balances in a way what we heard from Arif, that we have both this incredible urgent need, and we don't want to be so overwhelmed by the urgent that we forget about the longer term. And finding that balance, I think, is really very, very important. We heard about the Rural Poverty Stimulus Facility at IFAD, and how that is very comprehensively trying to address many of these issues. And again, this issue, how to avoid the downturn that is that farmers and smallholders get so desperate that they have to dig into what assets they have left and take those away. And then also, you know, I think the challenge maybe that you raised about whether what were the perspectives on digital agriculture as an option, and this new opportunity of the ASAP Plus, which sounds very, very promising. I hope later we can make sure to circulate contact information so that our participants could join us. It's a pleasure for me now to move to our next speaker. Welcome Carla, if I may. Carla is going to speak to us about EU policies and mechanisms which are contributing to the short and long-term resilience, including climate change. The floor is yours, Carla.
Thank you, Jeff. And good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure, of course, for me to be part of this panel on this crucial issue. And I really want to thank Eleanor and all the members of the Finnish Agri Agency to have organized this event also through the virtual means. Now, we have listened from the previous speaker already about the numbers of people affected by food crisis, affected by climate change. I will not reiterate, but just let maybe reiterate one. It's the 135 million people that in 2019 were in the midst of a food crisis. This is, of course, it is terrible. We know that these numbers will be increased with the COVID-19 pandemic. I can just tell you now that, of course, the European Union is closely following the impact of this pandemic and following in particular on the poorest. As the European Union, we have reacted, I would say, very, very fast to this new situation. As you maybe know, the European Commission in early April, we have announced a significant global response package of over 15 billion euro that were increased to 20 billion euro with the member states' contribution. It's a package that includes support for health, includes support for the medium and small enterprise, for the economy at large. It focuses, of course, the short terms and the long-term recovery. I will mention here that, of course, this package intends also to support the smallholders coping with all the challenges that were already mentioned by the previous speaker. So the challenges about the disruption in the agricultural production, about the access to market, about the labor shortage, about unemployment, about all the risks that are linked to the sustainability, to the liquidity for the agri small and medium enterprise. Of course, we have put in place different kinds of instruments between grants, but also with a lot of guarantees to help the financial institutions like IFAD, but like the EIB, like the FMO, many other financial institutions to support immediately the small and medium enterprise, and so the smallholders that can needs liquidity, needs funds. Of course, we are stepping up also our efforts to address the immediate needs of the most vulnerable suffering from hunger. I just give, for example, an example. In Bolivia, we have timely transferred money to the government to bolster the government efforts in improving food security. So today we can say that family farming and food sovereignty is at the heart of the Bolivian national crisis response to the COVID. We have did the same for other African countries where we have increased the liquidity of the government to face the crisis through our budgetary support. This is just the answer to the short-term action, the short-term needs. But of course, let me say that we have mentioned the needs to keep the long-term vision, what Paul was saying, the long-term vision, because it's not that after the COVID crisis, we can just simply say, let's get back to business as usual. Absolutely not. I think also in this COVID answer, we have reiterated the need to face, to tackle all the issues related to climate environment changes. We have underlined the issue to priority to build the resilience, to create growth and jobs, to invest in the key green sector. So let's absolutely create the link with our European Green Deal initiative that maybe of you knows already. Green Deal initiative that it's a roadmap to making the European Union economy more sustainable, and that will give us the mandate to promote sustainability and environment protection also beyond our borders. So it's not just an initiative for Europe, it's also an initiative for our international cooperation, for our relation with our partner countries. In this Green Deal package, we have now, just 2 weeks ago, adopted two strategies. One is the From Farm to Fork and the biodiversity strategy. The objective is clear. We want really to push for a transition to a sustainable food system. As I was saying, it's an ambition that is go beyond our borders. It's an ambition that will be translated into our international cooperation. What it is will mean in practice will mean to strengthen all our work on food research innovation, with, of course, a particular reference to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Will support agroecology, improvement on land governance, on conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, on fair value chain, on nutrition and healthy diets. So all key items that you and the European citizens call us for an intervention in this domain. So it's a clear our ambitions that are binding us together. Smallholders will be at the focus of our action, of course, to support rural development, and we do want to partner with all stakeholders acting for the transformation of our food system. It's not something that we can do alone. We have to do this action with you. And let me say that the stakeholders and the family farmers and the foresters are, I would say, the most common type of farming in the world. including in the European Union. So it's clear for us that we want to work in all this domain with you, and that the farmers, the forester organization we consider in our side has to be the key agent for changes. And this is the reason why we are working with you. We are already work hand in hand on these changes with you. I will not mention all the programs that are already ongoing, that could be the Regreening African program, all the programs that are facilitating the capacity building or the technical assistance in the domain of forest or in the domain of the farm. I don't want to mention also all the work that we are doing with IFAD, for example, to support smallholders and their organization. It was just mentioned by Paul. But also all the programs that are ongoing has the Facility Agrify or the ABC Fund with IFAD to promote private investment in sustainable agriculture and forestry. So these are just some of the examples of ongoing programs that demonstrate our intention that farmer and the forest producer organization are important actors for us, have a central role in the transformation of the agriculture, in the transformation of the forestry sector. And really we want to continue to collaborate in this domain. Now, looking at the future, you know very well that we will have a new financial package 2020, 2021, 2027. Let me say that we really want to suggest your organization and your partners to proactively contribute to the dialogue at all levels on agricultural transformation, on the green circular economy, on biodiversity, on our response to the COVID-19 crisis. We really count on you because, of course, you know very well, we are working with the governments. So the governments are the key entry points in our implementation of our international cooperation. So what we want from you, from your organization, that you really proactively contribute to the dialogue with the government, with your government, and also with the dialogue that is ongoing between the governments and the EU delegation in the different respective countries. We expect you to propose models for resilience, sustainable food system and forest management. It's not something that we want to create in our headquarters in Brussels. We really want to work on you, on identify country by country what will be the best model to increase this resilience. As a second point, and let me just say that you know very well that the budget support it will remain central in our international cooperation. It means that direct financial transfer to your country national treasury. But of course, once again, you are frontliners. You have a direct contact with this government. So we want to support you in your direct role, in the direct role that you can play in ensuring country by country that reform in this domain will happen. What we want is really support the acceleration of a sustainable development reform in the agriculture, in the forestry sector. Third strand of work, it's our work with the financial institutions. We just listen IFAD, but we want to enlarge, so we want to have more and more financial institutions that are on board to support also the agricultural sector, the forestry sector. We will, I will say, we will have a lot of grants funds that will be available in the future package that will allow us to mobilize even more the financial institution and so the private sector. The missing point is once again a credible pipeline of investment and of course of green investment. So these are, I would say, maybe 3 kind of key messages that will be the orientation for the future. Of course, we need to translate together now the political commitment into concrete action. The Green Deal, it's not the end of the process, it's just the beginning of this process. And we really want to implement these ambitious goals with all of you. I stop here. Many thanks, and over to you, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carla, for giving us this broad overview of the EU's responsiveness, awareness of the situation, monitoring of the situation, and both the short-term recovery package, which was mobilized very, very quickly, and also these financial guarantees that help many other institutions. We also appreciate that you're not thinking of going back to business as usual, but really looking at a new vision of the future, which I think you laid out in terms of the green circular economy and the kind of much more resilient food systems, etc. And that you clearly are telling us that the door is open for the forest and farm producer organizations, and that you see their role as critical, and they need to, however, continue to be advocate with their own governments, our own governments, to make sure that they're also very much aware of those, and that we have this larger questions of how can the budget support be perhaps influenced by the producer organizations in the countries, and can you help us with that, and how do we make financial institutions and financial investors really aware of and support a credible pipeline for this green investment? We really appreciate that. And I would like to now ask Hannelore Birland. Hannelore, could you share with us something on the practices needed to build farmer organizations' resilience, in particular focusing on the gender dimension? Thank you, Carl. Hannelore, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you to our host, FFD. Thank you to our co-organizers. This is a great moment, I think, for us and for farmers to talk about resilience. I want to first express my respect to all our members, agri-agencies who work in the field with farmers' organizations. They have continued throughout this latest crisis, the COVID crisis, and my deepest respect for all the farmers in these situations, how they have been resilient up till now. Thank you for giving me the floor, Jeff. I will talk mainly about empowerment of women. I know gender is much more than that. I will talk about empowerment of women from a very much man-orientated world. I'm working with farmers' organizations, for farmers' organizations, and as you know, in most of them, men are in the lead. So I think I'm very well placed to talk about empowerment of women, because we won't reach it without men. Secondly, I want to start with the assumption that women have wider development effects. Women empowerment will have wider development effects than if we focus mainly on men. And I think I will not explain that fully again. I think it's a known fact, but it remains very important for everything that I will say. Thirdly, I think that is in the COVID-19 crisis, and I consulted IFPRI for that, and they confirmed that gender issues and gender concerns are much more brought forward already than in previous crises. So I think we're on the good way. So this would be a hopeful message to do even better. Why would I, firstly, I prepared also a PowerPoint, but I drop it because I think the time will not allow to use it. The PowerPoint will be available, and it doesn't say anything else than what I will say now without PowerPoint. I will say my message in 5 sub-messages. Why would women matter if we talk about resilience, farmers and resilience, rural population and resilience? First message, women are the buffers. They are our crisis managers there. They're there. They manage crisis every day. They are the ultimate crisis manager. Have you looked how they sell assets when things go wrong? how they save and use their savings all the time. The biggest turnover of savings you will find with women in low and middle income countries. If things really get tough, the tough get going. They go work for others. They are crisis managers. And then I'm not even talking about how they manage their households in crisis. So it would be obvious to look at them, to take fully into account women when we talk about resilience and when we talk about managing crisis. Just remember, they're very informal. Yeah. All their crisis management is informal. They've been touched worse than men in this COVID crisis. Why? Obviously because they're informal and they work very local. They work very local, they bring their products to local markets, they get their inputs from local markets. Yeah. We saw that in the crisis, many of the logistics for marketing were covered quite fast. In 1 month's time, there was chaos. I'm talking about low and middle income countries, but this goes also for many higher income countries. Very fast logistics were solved in the markets, but that were mainly for the value chains and crops where men were involved. The local production, yeah, as soon as it came to men, it was solved. All the actions of women very often fell out of these logistics solutions. So yes, they are there, they're crisis managers, they're very informal in a very informal sector, whether it's as worker, as farmer, as seller, as processor, and yes, they've been touched worse. Second message, don't rave with them as crisis managers, change it. It's very simple. Don't rely on them, on crisis managers. Look to the future and for the sake of resilience, get them out of this crisis management. Make sure they have profitable businesses. And when we think profitable for women, we don't only think of land productivity, but also labor productivity. They're also in processing, they go out working, they manage workers. They don't only work on the field. So think of labor productivity. Second, and I'm not the first one that says about profitability this morning, but I think that also in low and middle income countries and also the vulnerable women, they do a lot of profitable things, but it's not stable. Make them not just think of profitability, make them think of a stable activity and not of 1,000 activities. Make them think of some diverse activities in which they see a future. Give them the space, give them anything that one would need to develop a business in longer term. Whether it's a business, what we call a business, whether it's in farming or in off-farm activities linked to agriculture very often, make them sure that they can develop it as a business. So get them out of this crisis management. Inform them formally, to get them out of this crisis management. Of course, if you're not informed properly, you will get into crisis management. Inform them formally, but have they been informed formally in this COVID crisis, for example? Have they been informed formally on what's happening in climate change and what we know already? They haven't. Data said that 82% of women in low and middle income countries, that's on average, and Brazil is also a middle income country, have a mobile phone. But that's not so bad, 82%. Of course, for some countries, it goes to 30%. Yeah? That's already one remark. The deviation, the standard deviation is very high. But then look in how many have access to internet. How many have credit on their mobile phone continuously? Very, very low. So make it serious, your information. Really think that if you want to get women out of crisis management, give them access to information. Get them linked to other actors. Even in the Sahel now, where they had their planting season, right in the middle of the COVID-19 crisis, it were women that didn't get access to these local vendors of inputs. Apparently men could get access. Now that they have split households, it is like that, and economic activities. So there they sit. Men quickly solved it and had access to the local vendors of inputs. We hear a lot of messages that women didn't have. We can do better and we will do better. I think another fact is that a lot of these women, they're excellent crisis managers, but as informal as can be, they save a lot. They save a lot, but hardly ever it's formal saving. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we heard very good witnesses from farmers' organizations in the field. As soon as they make this credit, whether it's a saving and credit mechanism, whether it's a real credit cooperative, as soon as you make it formal, it will become something that is really robust on which you can build. And so you get them out of crisis management. Map all these saving initiatives, get them formal, involve men. We know what to do, just set it as a priority. And then I'm still talking about get them out of the crisis management, make them formal, make their position formal, whether they're workers, whether they're processors, whether they're farmers, make them formal. I can tell you for Belgium, I'm calling in from Belgium, that the only profession in Belgium that is not formalized is prostitution. And we find it normal that millions of farmers, small-scale farmers in Africa, women, are not recognized. They don't have a profession. Well, I find this something urgently to tackle urgently. Today, while we talk here about them, it is the case. So they're the excellent crisis manager. We have to get them out of there. We have to get them to stable development, stable dreams in farming, or depending on agriculture, outside farming. Thirdly, we have to protect them. And we think, of course, we do, and we don't. We cannot forever protect them. We will always protect them. The first thing would be to name them as recipients. There's been a lot of social safety nets out there up till today for, to handle the COVID-19 crisis and its consequences. You please tell me one where the recipients are named by a woman. It's the man. We want to monitor better. Shall we monitor women, or shall we just monitor a household, or shall we monitor men? Protect them. They are somebody. Protect who they are. Protect them as somebody that matters and that is an actor. Secondly, protect their assets. I'm not talking stories here, but it's a fact that worldwide, not only in low and middle income countries, when a crisis strikes, whether it's a local household crisis or whether it's an idiocratic, crisis that touches many households in the same regions, women's assets are sold first. Sensitize communities about it. Make people aware of it. It's an automatic mechanism, and women don't even protest against it. I would have never done it myself. Protect their assets. Protect their time. Even in the COVID-19, women were not always supposed to go out. Okay, but they had to go out for water. They had to go out to find wood. They had to go out to, in some of the regions, but the Sahel, who is already quite fragile in many aspects, to make their fields ready. And they had to go out to the clinics or health centers, if there are any. So just in that crisis, their time has not been considered. How could they ever do this, consider their time? I'm almost there. Please also, when we talk about protect them, protect their environment. Women use in low and income countries, they use fully their environment. They need their environment, also their ecological environment. They need it. They cannot think of developing something in a long time because they have to manage crises all the time, but they depend on it completely. They depend on it for water. They depend on it for food. They depend on it for social contacts. They depend on it to have a safe and healthy surrounding for their children. Fourth message. So I said already that the crisis managers, change that, protect them. Fourth message, invest now. Don't wait, massively invest now. We can rebuild. Why don't we now give priority to these simple solutions, which doesn't even ask different things, but which asks to do things differently. We can all do that. Invest now. Let's do it now. When we do distribute messages to by farmers organizations to farmers, add something. Please don't sell the assets of women now. They will lose bargaining power in the communities. They will lose bargaining power in their households. When we send information, make sure that there's credit on the mobile phones. And why would farmers organizations be well placed? It's the last message, Jeff. Why would farmers organizations be well placed? Our host is in Finland. We heard President Martila from MTK. We had heard Satu Santala. We heard Tina Hoover. Think of farmers organizations as a tree. Think of Finland today. Think of a tree. It reaches deep. Its roots go wide. Farmers are big in numbers. It goes very wide. It goes very deep. It can spread services. It can spread messages. It can spread aid, it can spread inputs. And it brings up nutrients. It will consult their members and bring up what happens. Secondly, they go very high, they fly high. I'm very sorry, Jeff. They lobby, they can reach a very high level. They can communicate, they wave with their branches and they will move on the high level. They cling to others. There will be bees coming to them, bees who find many flowers together in a tree. They cannot live even without the others. So they're a very good actor for others to be clung to. And finally, and we have to think of that, they throw leaves, certainly the deciduous trees, they throw leaves, but also fruits. And it doesn't always have to be in production. They will give opportunities for processing. They will give opportunities to rural services for farmers. And it's so important. So farmers organizations can do this. And I challenge each of them and our agri-agencies from AgriCourt to now, when we work with farmers organizations, to keep these simple messages. Look at women, get them out of crisis management, communicate to them and protect them. Thank you, Jeff. And I know I'm a little bit late, but a woman who's on time is not worth waiting for. Thank you.
Jeff, unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you, Hannelore. Of course, I didn't want to stop you, especially when you were waxing eloquently about trees. I'm not going to summarize your wonderful presentation because I'm afraid we're getting very close to the end of the session. But I would just say that trees communicate with each other underground, and women are the ones who perform one of the greatest forms of communication between all of us. And so we don't want to neglect that. So thank you for that. Let's turn directly to Adriano. To talk about the food systems in the future and more from FAO's perspective on what's needed for smallholder resilience. Adriano, the floor is yours. And I'm afraid I'll have to then take the wisdom of the organizers on whether we can extend for a few minutes for one or two questions or not. Thank you, Adriano.
Thanks a lot,
and
Jeff.
Thanks, Hannelore.
I had a presentation, but I think in the interest of time, I will just go through the key points so that we don't get into the risk of spending too much time on sharing the screen. I'll try only once. If that doesn't work, then I immediately move. So please let me know if you can see my screen. Yes, great. So basically, we at FAO, we are working quite hard on trying to, as a technical agency, on really identifying and understanding the implications of the COVID-19 to food systems in general, but particularly to smallholder farmers, foresters, and other small-scale food producers. And obviously, great numbers that are really, really scary that have been presented by many, but I want to again emphasize the 130 million people lives and livelihoods that will be under severe threat, as WFP has pointed out. And you may have seen yesterday, the UN Secretary General brief on the risk of food emergency. that also highlights 50 million people at the verge of becoming extremely poor. So that the COVID crisis, it is a game changer. It is a deep transformation, is a deep threat to many smallholder farmers, smallholder foresters, and other food producers. And it materializes on many ways. I think there is a more immediate kind of impacts that we are observing now, and others that will come with time. But I want just to highlight that there is the health-related risks to rural communities, if you want, that are somehow aggravated by a much greater lack of access to information, lack of access to measures for prevention of the disease spread, and also a much weaker healthcare system in rural communities. So I think we should not look at the farmers and the producers just as food producers that will be affected, but they are also affected as citizens that will have their own health at risk. And I think it's important to make that point, that comes first. Having said that, we also have stronger impacts in terms of the temporary movement restrictions that have hindered the smallholders producers' access to markets, both in terms of selling the food they have produced, as well as in terms of assessing inputs for their production. We have had, and that's common in this kind of pandemics, change in demand and change in consumer behaviors that does affect smallholder producers. The classic one is that consumers tend to move to long duration or shelf time products and move away from perishable, particularly vegetables and fruit. And considering the amount of vegetable and fruit and dairy that are produced by smallholder producers, the impact is quite huge. So that change on consumer demand, change on demands and consumer behavior is also very important, as well as the closure of schools and public places and public markets, also impacting market demand. So if one looks into the importance of school meal schemes, for instance, in terms of procuring for smallholder farmers, and if you have the closure of schools without the substitution for an alternative school meal, you do have a quite strong impact on the demand for smallholder products. And another point that's being observed across many countries is that the restrictions of movement also have a disrupting effect on production. So in many places, smallholder farmers' production have very important moments of group work or joint work, particularly at harvest or at planting at the most human-intensive moments of production. And those restrictions and movements can be very disrupted at that level, as well as you have some place in the world where smallholder producers are considerably dependent on migrant seasonal work, and restrictions of movements also bring quite an important risk. Finally, is to say that the value chain disruptions is creating financial and access to services challenge for smallholder producers across the world. And it has created in many places a quite urgent liquidity crisis for smallholder producers. And that's something that requires a very important urgent action. And as has been mentioned before, those urgent measures should not be thought without thinking of its long-term consequences and how you connect that urgent measures with a long-term perspective in terms of continuing the way of transforming the food systems. So it's very important to really combine the urgent measures with long-term. We have been done in FAO a lot of analysis of what governments have done. We have also produced a number of recommendations, but I think we can somehow group them in terms of short and medium term. And I think the articulation between the two is absolutely crucial. So first, in short term, declaring food as an essential activity is extremely important, so that we can, to the extent that the priority to health allow, you can keep those activities running. You can create food-related transport corridors. You can create alternative school meals distribution. You can have other food procurement measures You can try to reopen the fresh product markets with new sanitary regulations. You can also support producer organizations' commercialization, new channels of commercialization, and also new ways of direct delivery. You can also provide advice in terms of how to keep physical distancing during group work in agriculture and particularly smallholder agriculture. We can also take a number of measures in terms of facilitating migrant seasonal food workers to be able to come, or incentivize other people to do that work. And it's quite crucial that you provide short-term stimulus packages that support sales, cash flow, and working capital, including tax credits, cuts, deferrals, and refunds. So on this, let me just pause for a second to say, you may have seen like billionaire or trillions of money being committed in terms of stimulus packages. And this is the moment in which it's quite crucial that we work with governments and producer organizations to make sure that those resources that have been available in the format of stimulus package, they are actually clearly focused on earmarked and conducive to smallholder farmers, to inclusive and sustainable food systems. And not many of them are. So I think there is here maybe a challenge for all of us to make sure that all those stimulus packages that are being developed as we speak, they further focus on micro, small, medium agri enterprises. They are focused on smallholder producers, and they are not only focused on, but also they are adapted to and respond to the needs of those producers. Of course, on the medium term, it will be very important to understand that smallholder farmers may have had huge impact. They may have huge impact on the income, may have lost the ability to produce the next season in some cases, particularly on small animals. For instance, there was one example in China that we did see a very strong impact on small animal producers on areas that were under more severe transport restrictions. So some sort of comprehensive smallholder producer support programs will need to be put in place over time, in our view, that combine access to services, access to markets, access to finance, to restore productive capacity, to restore market access, and to increase resilience. So it's quite crucial to make sure that we work together towards those comprehensive smallholder producer support programs, and that are inclusive. And let me connect with the previous speaker, inclusive of the most vulnerable amongst the smallholder farmers, and also inclusive of women and youth. Let me just move quickly on what's FAO doing. As I said, we are a technical agency, so therefore we are doing a lot around impact assessment, both at global, regional, and national levels, looking at impact from the perspective of access to food, from perspective of trade, perspective of food prices, and others. We are also doing a lot of analysis and trying to share the lessons that have been learned by the many stakeholders dealing with the COVID-19 impact on food systems. So particularly, we have developed several policy briefs. You can see the website where those policy briefs are. We have also developed an analysis and solutions platform that look at very specific measures that governments can take. We are also going a little, so of course, governments as a membership-based organization is very important for FAO, so therefore a lot of effort is doing in terms of providing technical assistance to governments on their response to COVID-19 impacts on food systems. But beyond that, we are also convening a more diverse range of stakeholders. And in many countries, we are bringing together and creating space for those multi-stakeholder dialogues around those policy response. We are also having a number of dialogues with producer organizations on COVID response. We had one a couple of weeks ago with a diverse range of groups from Latin America, which were very important to also inform FAO ability to provide advice to countries that is responsive to the issues that producer organizations see as their main priorities. We are strengthening the work that we do on collective action, rural institutions and producer organizations. And two examples of that is the Forest Farm Facility, as well as the UN Decade of Family Farming that FAO is playing an important role alongside with many organizations. Let me just conclude by saying that for FAO, the forest and farm producer organizations and the family farming producer organizations play a fundamental role. I think the first one is that the direct relation with your membership and therefore the ability to support rural communities in terms of access to information, not only about access to information about the disease, but also access to information in relation to public policies that smallholder farmers can access to. Sometimes there's a huge difference between the government adopting a policy and the most vulnerable smallholder farmers being aware of that policy and being aware on how to access to that measure and how to benefit from that. But also disseminating health-related information and preventative measures. There is a quite crucial role in terms of ensuring the continuity of smallholder access to services. In many cases, we have producer organizations that do provide services to farmers, and that would require, number one, revising the way the service is provided, that is therefore adapted to the new health, the new pandemic requirements, but also to the new situation in which smallholders are suffering the impact. So for one example that we heard from a producer organization in Latin America that provided microfinance credits was the need to actually renegotiate the existing loans to a much later payment. And at the same time providing new loans for emergency. So there's a need also to revise the terms of services that are provided. But beyond that, also the importance of continuing promoting the smallholder access to markets and speed up innovation. So there is one issue here that digitalization, direct delivery, there's a number of opportunities for innovation that may come out of the crisis, but that requires also investment and government investment into supporting producer organizations to take up such innovations. And finally, but not least important, is to say advocating for policy responses that are earmarked and tailor-made to smallholder farmers and to micro, small, and medium enterprises on finance, on investment, on access to markets and other, and holding the authorities to account to implement such policy responses in a fair way. So those are our contributions from FAO, and thank you very much for having us here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriano. If we can get back to the full screen, maybe that would be great. I don't, the presentation is still on. Maybe you could do the stop sharing, Adriano.
I'll do my best here, just a second.
Great. Tina has given us a few extra minutes, or I should say the organizers have agreed, and because we didn't have much time for questions, and I know that Carla at least has had to leave already, so we hope that the other panelists might still be on. We're sorry about the time constraints. I guess the best way would be to list 4 or 5 of the questions which really popped up from the chat that we were trying to follow. And then I could ask panelists to be willing to jump in and respond to several of them. But the first one, which was overwhelmingly the most repeated, was some variation on the fact that why do forest and farm producer organizations still feel, with all of these programs, that financial and other support is not really getting down to them? And why aren't all these programs which are there actually reaching out more actively? So what are the barriers and what can we do about that? I think that probably many of you could answer, but I'm sure that Paul or is still here, but maybe we'll just go straight to you, Paul, and since you're waving your hand, and this is very important, and Adriano, if you have a response to that or others, it would be great. Paul, go ahead.
Just very practically speaking, as an international financial institution, and this is true of all international financial institutions, as well as a lot of UN agencies, you normally work through governments. And so part of the problem is anytime we do want to work with farmers organizations, which we do, we still need the blessing of the government. And so that creates this very practical challenge at times. Now, usually it's fine, but it still means that we have to have it part of a broader engagement. So the key, of course, is that when you have the dialogues within countries to discuss the future, is to make sure farmers organizations are at the table there. And then it allows you to have them part of that broader engagement and then to be able to channel resources to them. But it is a very practical challenge. We found this with our COVID response, is that we've set aside 15% of funds for non-directly to government, but unless we have a lot of funds, it's very hard to get it to the farmers organizations. Over.
Thanks. I mean, we've seen that even with the Green Climate Fund, for instance, the proportion which actually reaches the ground, the people, the forests, etc., remains really, really small. And so this becomes a source of great frustration. And how can we better communicate the potential, both to governments, but also to other forms of investors and financing, I think is really critical. Adriano, any quick comments on this point?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the crucial issue is really ensuring that there will be space for policy dialogue between producer organizations and governments. With all the great intentions and technical minds that we may have in governments that want to do that, I think by the end of the day, there is also an issue of governments allocating resources. And the allocation of resources is also done on the basis of the ability to give visibility of the interests of a sector. And I believe that by providing and by creating, and we do at FAO, we do have the same issue Paul just referred, like we work through governments, and therefore I think what we can contribute is to the extent possible using the convening power to create policy dialogues that create the space or support, because of course, who creates the space for producer organizations? The producer organizations themselves that come with their own power of representation of producers, but also adding to that our convening power in a sense that you can create a dialogue that allows the interest of smallholders to be heard in a very crowded meeting, because you have other interests that will also be pushing for resources. So I think that ability to make the interest of smallholders heard and seen, and particularly in the context of saying it's not just about a group of interest. It's a group that actually is the group that's responsible for the food security of most of the people. It's the people that are actually capable of building the inclusive and resilient food systems that we want. So I think in that sense, that sort of dialogues are absolutely crucial. And if I may just add one thing we are trying to do also is to really create space through which a producer organization can learn from the experience of another producer organization on how to shape policy and how to learn from each other on the way to make those policies really reaching out to people.
Thanks, I'm sorry to jump in again, but I noticed Paul sent a chat saying you have to leave very shortly. Arif, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
There was one question maybe which relates a little bit to a little bit of confusion about roles of the World Food Program versus FAO versus IFAD. Maybe some clarification here would be helpful. I know we don't have a long time. And then finally, Paul, there was a question very relevant to you, which is, in these new programs that you mentioned, and particularly this innovations around digital agriculture and so forth, how can the engagement of women be addressed, and how do we also address kind of targeting youth? So maybe Arif, if you want to comment on the earlier or any of these.
Sure, thank you. So let me just say that if you're looking at FAO and WFP, they lead the let's say the food security arm of the United Nations, right? In terms of, if you wanted to say division of responsibilities, you could see that FAO is much broader. You have forestry, you have soil, you have livestock, you have fisheries, you have all of those, which we don't. The other side is FAO is more normative, relatively more normative. We are more operational. So we are, in fact, I mean, on the if you look at on the scale, like I was saying, you know, any given year we assist 100 million people directly. The second thing which is really important is that we are on both the supply side and on the demand side, meaning we are a large buyer. So in low income countries, in lower middle income countries, we buy worth, I think last year was about $1.6 billion worth of food commodities. In Africa, it was about $600 million. So that gives us in with large farmers, but also with smallholder farmers. And what we are able to see is their constraints firsthand. So when we're talking policy, I mean, to me, very, very quickly, the first and foremost is access to markets. I mean, you know, in Africa, for example, land is not a binding constraint. Binding constraint at the end of the day is labor or access to markets. So that part, or immediately seeing, you know, lack of credit. I mean, if you want to work with warehouse receipt systems for smallholder farmers, but the effective interest rate is about 30–35%, it's not going to work, especially for cereals. So it's that type of direct information and operational experience, which allows us to work in complementarity with FAO, with IFAD, with others, because at the end of the day, our goal is to ensure that people are food secure, and to realize that food security is not a static concept. So when people talk about getting to zero hunger, like, that's easy. The problem is, how do you keep people at zero hunger? That's where it matters. And for that, you need the normative part, you need the operational part, you need the IFIs to come in. And when, as Rome-based agencies, we can work together towards that, we all have not duplication of roles, we have very complementary roles, if I can say it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif. Paul, did you want to weigh in quickly on those two things? I know you have to leave.
I think Hannelore did a great job of describing some of the challenges that women face in terms of accessing information digitally. There's a huge gap, particularly in the access to smartphones. And I would also just add, there's language issues that you need to make sure that you're in the language, and women are less likely sometimes to speak, for example, Spanish in Latin America if they're an indigenous population. And then the manner in which messages are being delivered matter as well. And so there's a lot of work on that. Are they messages that are more likely to be well received from women? And so we're working on that. I would say we haven't solved that. We are trying to figure out too if we can work with companies like Verizon and Orange to improve access in general. Tomorrow we have a discussion on digital agriculture with Michael Kramer, the Nobel laureate. And he's started this group, Precision Agriculture for Development, that's trying to address some of these issues. So we're trying to work with them to figure out how we can solve this in the field going forward. And I'm sorry, I am going to have to go. So they're waiting for me in another meeting.
Well, thank you very much, actually, for all, because we really appreciate this sharing, and we hope it can continue. And we know the Farmers Forum and other vehicles you're very active in. So thanks a lot. I don't know, Tina, whether it's now time, unfortunately, for us to probably release people. Is that right?
Yes. I have been very patient with you since the topic and your speeches have been very inspiring, and we had a lot of content. There were still a couple of questions, but unfortunately we have to close this part of the web conference. I wish the dialogue will continue in the future. I think the complementarity of the Rome-based agencies is good. At the same time, I think we need to see what are the bottlenecks, why the farmer organizations still feel that they have difficulties accessing funding, and how they can become more as equal partners and actors in this process of providing zero hunger for longer term perspective. And I think that this applies also to climate change. I thank Jeffrey for having moderated this session. Thank you for all the panelists. Now the program will continue with 2 panel debates, one from International Family Forest Alliance, and then another one from Vietnam. Since we took a little bit more time, the conclusions will start, let's see, I think that we have to start 13:40, so 20 to 2 this afternoon. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Tina, for your time, consideration.
Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon.
Dear participants of this video conference, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to follow the panel discussion as a part of seminar named Multidimensional Resilience, Smallholder Producers and Farmers Managing Risks. This discussion is focusing on forestry and has a title COVID-19 Affecting Forest Producers and Forest Value Chains in Africa, Asia and Europe. We have seen how this pandemic has affected different sectors in societies, and it has not left forestry out of that. And today we'll have a discuss what has it meant in practice and how could we be better prepared for this kind of crisis in the future. This discussion is produced by IFA, which means International Family Forestry Alliance. My name is Antti Sahi, and I'm the president of IFA. And today, my duty is to moderate this discussion. Besides me, there are 4 panelists on the line, and now I would like to introduce them very briefly. First, we have Ellen Alfsen from Norwegian Forest Owners Federation. Ellen is the Director for Communication, Public Relations and International Affairs in Norwegian Forest Owners Federation, who has a long experience in international forest and environment policy. Then we have Yokrai Giri, Association of Family Forest Owners from Nepal. Giri has been actively functioning in the field of natural resources management in Nepal. During 28 years of professional engagement with all the institutions, gained professional experience in the field of institutional capacity building, policy advocacy, and natural resources management, basically focusing on the issues of marginalized communities, including women, Dalits, differently able people, and rural communities. He's also a member of the board of directors of International Family Forest Alliance. The third person among our participants is Charles Nyanyui, coming from Kenya, and Farm Forestry Smallholders Producers Association. He has a degree and a master's of science in forestry from Karatina University. He has spent his last 10 years on establishment and development of the first Kenyan Farm Forestry Association, Farm Forestry Smallholders Producers Association of Kenya, where he is now the chairperson. He's also co-chairing a steering committee in the development of the first Kenyan agroforestry strategy, aimed at developing a policy that will see the Kenyan on-farm tree grower become more inventive. He's also a member of the board of directors of International Family Forest Alliance. Then we have Mrs. Satu Maria Tenhiala, coming from Finland, and Central Union of Agricultural Producers and Forest Owners, MTK. Satu Maria is working as forestry policy advisor in international forestry at MTK. Her main responsibility areas include forest policy issues in European Union, United Nations, and also cooperation with Nordic countries. So these participants bring a wide experience and acknowledgement to this discussion. So warmly welcome all of you. We run this panel so that first every participant gives the presentation for some minutes, and after that we have a discussion for a short while, for a short dialogue. We go through the presentation in alphabetical order. So first I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Ellen Alfstern for Norwegian Forest Owners Federation.
Thank you. I will first introduce my organization and say something about the Norwegian Forest Owners Federation. We are the central organization for 4 regional forest cooperatives covering the whole of Norway, and we have approximately 35,000 members. We represent 80% of the timber trade in Norway, and we are the biggest forest owners federation in Norway. So when the COVID-19 crisis started, we, as a lot of other countries, Norway closed down, and they also closed the borders. And that was a bit problematic for us because the Norwegian forest owners, they use a lot of foreign professional forest workers for doing the work in the forests. And they couldn't enter into Norway. And it was just the beginning of the planting season, so we was quite worried. And we had a very good contact with our government and all the political parties in the parliament, and that resulted in 2 types of actions. The one was to support planting and to ease the restriction for foreign professional forest workers to enter the country. And we got some money from the government to make it easier to hire people to plant. We had also a lot of Norwegians was because of the crisis, they got unemployed. So it was a lot of people wanting to do other work, for example, work in the forests. And of course, they are not used to that kind of work. So we also had, we have a Forest Extension Institute, and they made a web course, how to plant. So you could have that course and be a bit more skilled to plant than before. And that is very important, that people know how they should do it. And so it was quite good. And they also, the government proposed to support forest entrepreneurs to ensure that we have enough work during the crisis. This proposal has to be supported by our parliament, but we expect that this will be done. And this is important because the market has had some changes. And if the forest entrepreneurs disappears, then the whole value chain will suffer, of course. As you all know, we are a very integrated value chain. So if one actor has a problem, it means problems for all of the actors in a way. And our main role in the Norwegian Forest Owners Federation, that was the contact with our members to know what's the situation in the forest, what's the problem for our members, and to communicate that to our government. And we have had a very good contact both with government and the other political parties. So they got up-to-date information about the situation, and that made them also that they could do the right things to help us during the crisis. We are, of course, also wondering about what will happen in the future. We don't really know how the market will develop, but it seems that the new building market is a bit touchy, and that we may have some problems with new buildings. So we have encouraged government and local authorities to start restoration and and make work in existing buildings. Restoring existing buildings to keep up the demand for wood. And we hope, if it's needed, we hope that they will do that too. But of course, we have to see how the market will develop. And have these measures been enough? That's, of course, we would always wanted more, but I think they have made the most important things, and they have been working very well together with our federation and the whole value chain, because the whole value chain has engaged in this situation, and we have done a good work all together, and that has been important. So I think we are not that bad situated in Norway. When it comes to how should we tackle things or crises in the future? Of course, we will have other crises, maybe also more severe than this. I don't know. I think we have been in Norway. We have been quite okay prepared for smaller and medium crises, but for really big crises, we are not that good prepared. And we have tried to work together with the right authorities. But of course, when it's good times, it's difficult to prepare for bad times. So it hasn't been so easy to really make these important plans for how to tackle the crisis. For example, in Sweden, they have very, very big problems with bark beetles. We don't have that in Norway for the moment, but what will happen if we get that? How do we handle the damaged timber? Where do we place it? What is the economic consequences of this? All these things we should have been thinking, reflecting about that, and make good plans. So we have a lot of work to do also in the future. I think a very, very important lesson from this situation is that it's very important to have an organization representing the forest owners, and that the government know whom to take, whom to contact, because we can get information from our members. We know what the situation are in the forests, and we shall give them that information to the government. If we hadn't been there, they would have much more difficulties to get the right information and know what to do. So I think that the role of our Forest Owner Federation in Norway has been very important. And I think that's an important lesson to learn. So I will stop there, and thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Now we go to Nepal, and I would like to turn to Yograi. So, floor is yours for Yog.
Okay, first I'm Jog Rajgiri, Association of Forest Owners Nepal, chairperson, and we have 75 districts across in Nepal, and 60 districts are district chapter in here, Nepal, and 10,000 family forest owners are members in Nepal. Yeah, first of all, we have our presentation in here. Presentation in on this here. First in the F1 inception and journey, COVID-19 and associated challenges, alliances and collaboration, F1 future focus. Yeah, so another in the F1 inception and journey, 2010 we are start, and 2014 we are continuous discussion, consultation, personality visits, recognition of family forest farmers and legal orders by the government. We are collected our issues and build on the advocacy plan. And then 2014, 2015, we are formally organized, formally institution. And then let Peter Dimas attend the first assembly in here, and he is the giving us most important direction and suggestion for us. And we are 2015 members of International Democracy Alliance, and then the 2000 onward we are continuous to institutional capacity building, and then partnership, create change, extension of organization chapter, and extension of membership in like this. And another in the organizational structure of F1 is the bottom-up approach. We are built on village development committee and district and province and central and general assembly. We are complete this year. We are complete the general assembly. In 4 years we have tenure. So every 4 years we are elected in the family forest farmers. Okay, this is another in the working area of F1 in the first priority of the forest management and enterprise development, and another in the handovering the memorandum of policymaker. This is like in this is House Speaker, Parliament, House of Parliament in Nepal, and is the Ministry of Forests. We are discussing in family forest related issues and how can solve with sitting together. Yeah, and another in the glimpse of F1 activities, some of interaction program on proper forest governance issues and challenges in the country, and we are here in basically impact of the COVID-19 on family forests, and a halt on the consultation process with the government bodies to lift the ban on the harvesting of Surya Robusta this year. So we are continuous to the three tiers government, local government, provincial government, federal governments. We are hotly discussed, and they are released on a ban. But now the COVID-19 in the pandemic is a stop of open the Surya Robusta. And another on the unavailability of the qualitative robust plant seedling for farmers due to the market closure. When the now 70 days in the lockdown in Nepal, so many family forest farmers and many people cannot go meet each other, and cannot go to the market to selling to the seedling, and also buying the seedling and selling the wood. So they are stopped. And another in the food shortage likely to occur as the family forest is linked with the agriculture for almost all the family forest farmers in Nepal. There are now when the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic is massive affected of the peoples. Now 2,000 peoples are affected in Nepal, and day by day it will increase to multiple in days. So there's many crises of Nepal, and lack of the insurance for the family forest owners for the COVID-19 crisis and the natural disaster. Now the Nepal is monsoon is coming, so that this is the flooding and hill sliding. Almost family forests are the destroyed. So we are strongly demand the insurance for the government. So this is crisis, and family forests were pushed back on the priority level for a government relief package. Yeah, so some of government announce of some package, some small farmers, family forest farmers, and they are the soft loan, give the soft loan and priority of the forest-based enterprise as someone. This is the announcement. Yeah, yes, government is a response on the topics. In the recent announcement, the government has informed all the citizens that the small enterprise, including the family forest owners, would receive the soft loan. Furthermore, the local government in different parts of the country have decided to provide the resources needed by the model family forest owners as soon as the lockdown gets lifted. For example, the local governments are basically to some of the most important action in the COVID-19 pandemic. This time, the local government to the when the family forest farmers grow the agroforest and plantation, and they are the some of the 50% discount of the buying the seedling process. This is the most important of this period. And last slide, my head way forward. How can we do on a way forward? We are learning about the problems faced by family forest owners in the COVID-19 crisis. One part, and another pressurizing the government to create the compatible working environment for the financial institution in family forest sector. And another in the entrepreneurship development, strengthening capacity building of institution, widely networking and alliance to provide the financial support to family forest owners. We are strongly to networking and to basically natural resource management, working up in federation networks. We are alliance building to give to the pressurized of government and development agencies also. And they are now. And another in the plantation and nursery establishment with the quality seedling. This we again set to right to this season is the monsoon season, rainy season. This time is the most family forest farmers, small farmers, to agroforest, forest, and agriculture to plantation to this period. So and another in the media campaign. This is the most important and this time. Thank you so much for in my presentation.
Thank you very much, Yokurai, and greetings from Nepal. And as we already noticed, those effects of COVID have been different in different countries, but however, it has affected by many different ways. But we go further, and the next presentation will be given by Charles Nguyen from Kenya, who is the chairperson of Farm Forest Smallholders Producers Association.
I'm here to present to you the effect of COVID-19 and its effect on farm producers and value chain, forest value chain, a case study of Kenya. And these have brought a lot of disruption on agriculture and forestry supply chains. Difficulties to access the farm is that there have been a lot of roadblocks and curfew which have been imposed. There's abuse of power, excessive abuse of power by police enforcing this curfew, high prices of commodities and food products, and at times they are not enough. Increased child labor have been reported as all schools have been closed. Reduced participatory forest management products, and some very key management practices which are supposed to be done on our trees, whereas increased domestic violences which have been reported so far. This pandemic have really reflected on some areas in the future, which includes the igniting discussion of the need now to restore our very original typical practices on how we used to store food and address food security in very good way. There's also need to develop or either review national adaptation plans to handle disasters, not only on COVID, but in any other disaster that may arise with time. There's also need to upscale the resilience on farming systems, especially on addressing the value chain and livelihood, as well as need to embrace technology in production and promotion of priority food, trees, and crops. Our governments so far have not done a specific support to forest producers at the moment, as far as COVID is concerned. But in some counties, they have produced some jump pricing to the farmers, as well as providing posters and messaging information to our members, though the issue of translation to local languages have been a big challenge. Frequent press statements are being done by the government. Media support programs are frequent. However, many businesses closed down after the pandemic, and there was seemingly somehow some delaying government in terms of providing guidelines on time on this pandemic. However, our farm forest organizations are doing a great job in terms of creating awareness on the pandemic, and they're developing a COVID-19 management strategy in terms of having a long-term management of this menace, providing hygiene services like face masks, sanitizers, and water collection centers, supporting quick win programs like kitchen garden, and also food provision to some members, market linkages on our foods and wood products, as well as giving an alternative ways of working, e.g. cashless transactions and online platform for marketing of our products. My message to the government on this matter is for them to develop a national adaptation and mitigation strategy to address the crisis, upscale provision of the disaster management kit on time, which includes food and medical aid, need to join synergies with other global players in terms of fighting for any kind of disaster that may arise from time to time. The combination of role of forest in the series of landscapes, livelihood and food systems in managing shocks and risks will be very important. And lastly but not the least is the application of technologies and innovations in terms of coping up with upcoming and rising demands, e.g. the issue of insect attack. Of course, without compromising other needs in society like environmental, social and economic demands.
Thank you very much. We will give the floor to Satu Maria Tenhiela from Central Union of Agricultural Producers and Forest Owners, MTK, Finland. So, Satu Maria.
So, when the COVID-19 hit Finland, this was what happened. The forest became important, and there were even rush hours in our national parks. Once again, history repeated itself. Forests provide comfort and shelter when we need them. In my presentation, I'll raise issues from the European Union level and from Finland as a member state. COVID-19 has slowed down forest management activities across Europe. In most member states of the Union, such activities have not been subject to direct restrictions. However, they are impacted by various national measures. For the forest sector, the limited movement that applies for people, goods, and machinery needed in the forest work has struck the hardest. For forest management activities are considered as basic during the lockdown in some member states and are authorized with some security and sanitary measures in place. COVID-19 came to Finland just after the low market situation and forest industrial strikes, which decreased the pulp, paper, and lumber production at the beginning of the year. Wood procurement has been at low level according to wood purchasing and harvesting volumes. However, harvesting is estimated to be better in the summer. COVID-19 has continued the low market situation at the forest sector, but the consequences will remain to be seen in the future. Until today, there has not been a very large negative effects on forest producers and family forestry in Finland. Wood demand has been normal and prices quite stable. What comes to seasonal workers, as Ellen already mentioned in her presentation, there are about 150 million tree plants waiting for planting in the forest, which will need lots and lots of seasonal workers. The forest sector's export is important also for forest owners, so we have to follow the market situation globally, also here in Finland. In most member states of the Union, there has no forest sector specific support. Enterprises can benefit from different national measures, ranging from public-backed loans, temporary unemployment, delayed tax payments, to different compensations and subsidies. In Finland, there has not been a need for government support since individuals forest owners have not suffered, at least not so far. The forest owners' organization's role has been emphasized. At the European level, for example, the Confederation of European Forest Owners and Kopakoseka have collected information of forest owners' situation around Europe and it remains to be seen in fall what political measures must be taken in order to make the situation of forest owners better if it's required. In Finland, my employer, MTK, has analyzed the crisis and its market impacts, have discussions with members, and negotiated with national authorities. The most important matters in discussions have been how we get seasonal workers and the negotiations on support schemes. Like in all crises, the role of organizations become more important. Its role is something to be leaned on difficulties. The EU must see that the European forest as solution and the European wood as a material to support the revival of the European economy. Forests are multifunctional, providing benefits to economic and welfare, but also to environmental questions. Unfortunately, this multifunctionality aspect is very often forgotten in the Union's discussions. In forests, the risk of large insect damages, as discussed previously, is increasing around Europe and also in Finland. Sustainable forest management is a good risk management tool for this. The crisis has taught us that pandemics can occur and we must be prepared. A stable political situation in forestry would help in those preparations in the future.
So now we have a couple of minutes of time of comments or discussions or questions to each other. So the floor is open if somebody has a comment to each other's presentations.
I would, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask a question from Norway, because I know the bark beetle problem is very huge in European level, but it's also coming to Finland. So how come you are in a so safety country that you don't have any bark beetles?
Yes, we have, of course, some bark beetles, but we don't have this kind of big problems as other European countries, but we may have it in the future. And as they say in Sweden, the bark beetle, they are getting more and more north. So we don't know, maybe we will have a big problem next year. But for the moment, it's not a big problem for us.
Because like it's a crisis, we're talking about crisis here, so it's kind of a crisis as well, a big crisis in the forestry sector. So.
Oh yes, it's very serious in a lot of other countries in Europe, so we should certainly be prepared for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's one example of those many different kind of crises. I have a question which I would like to put to Yokorai. So how do you think, is the government recognized the role of farm forestry in Nepal enough, or is there something to do in the future?
Yeah, sorry, 1 minute. Yeah, this is the one of the major of the challenges to government to recognize of this family forest farmers. This now 7 days ago, the parliament presentation budget on in the sectors, maybe 37% budget in allocation of agriculture sector. Now, days to India and Malaysia, Singapore, and another countries to comes from to Nepal. Many people comes from to Nepal when the COVID-19 affected in this time. Maybe 1.3 million people comes to Nepal. So many people involved in the agriculture sector. Basically, Nepal's economy is the agriculture and forest sector. So the more of government are more focused on this period, the focus on the agriculture-based activities and allocation of budget.
Thank you for this comment, and I think that this just shows that how different those situations and problems can be, and these are just questions which can't be solved by forest policy measures. They are just showing that how important is that well-functioning society and well-functioning financial sector and banking system, as you mentioned about those loans for farmers, and that is certainly something which must be better prepared in the future for coming crises, because they can be different crises in the future. So our time is limited, and we have to close this session. And it's if I would like to summarize somehow these presentations and these comments. So I would like to say that even though in this common discussion about COVID-19 and its effects on the society, the farm forestry, food production, and these rural activities, they are maybe not on the top of the list of discussion. This shows that how important they are for many of those people who are working in these rural areas with agriculture and with forestry. And as we think the role of forest owners organizations, I would like to say so that without them, the governments may not get that right information of the current situation. And that's why they have a very important role in giving that information. How does this crisis affect them, and what are those needs from the governments that are needed just getting to a better situation. And of course, it's also something that the key question is what we have learned about this crisis, which could be then give a better preparation for the upcoming crisis. Certainly, we will meet in the future. So thank you very much for all participants, and we close this panel discussion with these comments. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Juha Hakkarainen. I am Forest Director of the MTK. Thank you for this invitation to speak in this seminar or make a short comments about this issue. I have a short presentation for you. Yes, actually my team or issue is the sustainable forest management, and my message is that sustainable forest management is the key, and mainly from the context of the EU policies as well as the global policies related to the forestry and forest management. Actually, the EU and EU Commission has a very ambitious targets for forestry and for nature. The biggest issue and the mainstream is this preserving and restoring the ecosystem and biodiversity, and of course the forest as well. This and another target, another issue, big issue, maybe the biggest one, is this clean planet for all. Of course, this green planet, it's of course for all this climate change policy, and the fight against the climate change is a big issue, and it should be. And the idea is increase the EU and the whole world climate ambition to during the next 30 years. And on the global level, of course, there is this global responsibility of the EU and global how we act in the EU, and how it's what is the role of the EU and in the global context. the big issue and the main question is how EU and how EU Green Deal sees the forest sector. Now it seems that EU and Green Deal, it expresses problems like deforestation, threats to biodiversity, and argue for forest and biodiversity restoration and protection. Yes, as I mentioned already, they are a big issue and they should be there, definitely. With respect to climate action, the forests are mainly addressed as a carbon sink. And now it seems that those two aspects are the mainstream. From the forest owner's point of view and the family forest owner's point of view, the big issue is that there is hardly any statement on the multiple benefits for forest provide to society and the benefits which forest-based bioindustry could contribute to more sustainable and more climate neutral society, and how. So that is the big issue that this bioeconomy aspect and how this bioeconomy can contribute to the global EU or individuals for the forest owners' future. It's unfortunately now missing. And what is needed? Actually, according to those forest sector economic forecasts, it seems that the actually forest sector is better able to cope with those big economic problems caused by corona pandemic than many other industries. But definitely, yes, there will be problems. And however, those the differences between regions, businesses, forest owners on different regions, the differences are huge. But also from this COVID-19 point of view, and the whole sustainable management point of view, actually the big issue is recognize the definition and all the elements of sustainable forest management, not only this climate action and climate point of view or ecological sustainability, but also this social sustainability and economic sustainability. And definitely from the family forest point of view, it means stronger role of forest-based bioeconomy. Forest owners, family forest owners and forestry, they are facing the question or problem how the adaptation and forest management are funded. And of course, forest owners, as all the actors, they need incentives and therefore also bioeconomy. The bioeconomy is way to get the funds, to get the incomes, and actually it's the basic element for the forest owners to act against this climate change and act against the ecological problems. I think the big issue, definitely big issue, is that it would be important to include the opportunities that circular bioeconomy provides in displaying fossil economy. How we manage to shift our economy from fossil economy to bio-based economy. And definitely the forestry and the family forestry is a key element in that kind of discussion. And last but not least, I think that this sustainable forestry, it's not really a problem. It's a solution. It's a solution from the economical point of view. It's a solution from the ecological point of view. Definitely, it's a solution from the social point of view. Huge solution and key solution from the climate change point of view. And actually now we are facing this situation that the EU, the whole world, the states, everybody, there are this economic recovery. There are those governments, tools, subsidies, systems, how we manage to survive after this COVID-19, after this economic crisis. And here again, the bioeconomy role will be extremely big. And the role is emphasized. And actually, we should concentrate also on the national level, as well as the EU level, and also the global level, how we manage to use this bioeconomy in those economic recovery issues and systems. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shibuit, a project assistant from FFD. It is my pleasure to be a moderator for this session on the national policy making supporting resilience through farmer and forest producer organizations with Vietnam case study. So today's session will last 45 minutes, and I would like to send my sincere appreciation to all participants. First of all, may I briefly introduce our panelists. Dr. Trần Lâm Đồng is currently the director of the Silviculture Institute under the Vietnam Academy of Forest Science. Dr. Đồng have contributed considerably to the development of the Vietnam forest certification system for the last recent year. Ms. Vũ Lê Yvonne is the former Vice Director of the International Cooperation Development Department, Vietnam Farmer Union. She is also representing the Forest and Farm Facility Program in Vietnam. Dr. Lê Văn Bình is a representative from Vietnam Administration of Forestry. Dr. Bình is a member of the Vietnam Forest Certification System Office, which is responsible for all activities in terms of sustainable forest management and forest certification. Mr. Ngô Sĩ Hoài, Vice President and General Secretary from the Vietnam Timber and Forest Product Association, a non-profit and non-governmental organization presenting Vietnamese enterprise, scientists, and technical managers working in the forestry sector. Associate Professor Dr. Phạm Thị Hồng Yến, she's Director of the Department of International Cooperation Development, Vietnam Cooperative Alliance, a social and economic organization which play an active role in national agricultural restructuring, rural modernization, and sustainable poverty reduction. As we all know, climate change is a big problem. Unfortunately, Vietnam is among the countries that have been most affected by climate change. The government of Vietnam has recognized the importance of forestry, especially the roles of agricultural farmer and small forest producer in responding to climate change. Many policies have been issued. However, are they strong enough to support smallholder forest farmer? Let's find out together. Our first topic today will focus on the development of smallholder forestry in Vietnam, including current status, opportunity, challenges, and recommendations for advancing small-scale forestry. The topic will be addressed by Dr. Trần Lâm Đồng and Ms. Ngô Sĩ Hoài. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Đồng.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chi. I think firstly, I'd introduce a little bit about the status of the small-scale forestry in Vietnam. So I think during the last 30 years, so Vietnamese government has successfully shifted from the 100% of the state-owned forestry to more involvement of the private sector in the forestry in Vietnam. So now in the forest management, so we have about 10 million hectares of natural forests, and 25% is managed by the smallholders and communities. And also for the plantations, so we have about 4.3 million hectare plantations, and about 70% is managed by smallholders, mostly the households and communities. And they are contribute a lot to the development of forestry in Vietnam recently. And of course, so some challenge for them. I think I would say that the biggest challenge is their own capacity in forest management, because they are I think they are the most disadvantaged group in the forest owner. So they have not been trained well in the forest management. So there are so many problems with the forest management, for example, the low productivities and also some effects on the from the climate change on their own forest plantation, for example, and also some other issues like environmental and social issues related to the forest management of the managed by smallholders. And the second challenge is you can say that it's a lack of the incentive for the smallholder forestry, especially they are in the low capacity of the financing, for example. So that's said to run or maybe high interest rates is also the barrier for them to invest in the plantation. And in terms of the organization, so I think the farmer in Vietnam, of course, we have the farmer unions, but I think it's about, for them, it's more experience in the agriculture management. But for forestry, it's still very weak. And I think now we cannot see any good organization to link the farmers themselves to become more stronger organization. Because in Vietnam, you know that the supply chain of the forestry production is very complicated. So I think the farmer is still the most difficult group because they, for example, when they sell product, is maybe they are not the party to decide the price of the products, but maybe the middleman or maybe wood processing companies. So they have some disadvantages in this supply chain, and also the connecting between the farmer with the timber processing company is also very weak. So I think it's better to have the good organization for the farmer to enhance the capacity of the farmers. And also some other barriers. For example, recently the government and also international party requires our products, for some timber products and other forest products to become certified or maybe legal sources. So this is for the farmer also the challenge for them because we can say that they have the low capacity in the forest management. So if they have to deal with a lot of benchmarks, a lot of criteria, so it's going to be difficult for them for coming time. And related to the climate change, so I think the risks, especially the natural disaster, is the most challenge for the farmer. So in Vietnam, we are the country, we have the long coastal area. So recently, the climate change affected a lot on the forestry products in Vietnam, like typhoon or droughts. So just recently, last year, we have seen maybe 1,000 hectare plantation has been died because of the drought in central Vietnam. And also typhoon destroyed a lot of the plantation of the farmer. And also it affects on the business of the farmer. For example, in Vietnam, now the government try to promote the production of the sawlog, it's long rotation, but because of this risk, so the farmer usually choose the short rotation for maybe 4 or 5 years to avoid the risk. So I think climate change, of course, there are also some other issues, but I think the most challenge for the farmer is natural disaster like typhoon and droughts, and also forest fire also an issue. So this is some information for myself, which I think other people can contribute more for these panelists. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Dong. To continue, Mr. Hoài is going to dig in the topic from different perspectives. Please go ahead, Dr. Hoài.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chi, for your brief introduction. Actually, I would like to say from the outlet of my discussion that in the past, I worked for International Cooperation Department of Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Vietnam in the field of forestry and rural development. And I happened to learn about the experience of Finland in forestry development. And I am quite impressive with what you have successfully done in Finland for forestry development. When coming to the topic I am asked to talk about, I think that Dr. Dong and Dr. Bing have covered most of the point I want to share with you. However, within quite a limited time span allocated for me, I would like to emphasize certain things. Okay, first I would like to say that Vietnam has been emerging as a top exporter of wood product worldwide. And because of that, people now have the driver for small-scale commercial plantation development. Because there is market for farmers to sell their products, the timber they are producing. And secondly, in Vietnam, it is different, quite different from Finland. In Vietnam, the site of plantation owned by a small household is quite small, just 3 hectares in average. And it is difficult for people to manage or to apply different significant technologies or marketing of their products. And secondly, I just want to say that there are certain policies affecting the small household plantation development in Vietnam. That is land allocation policy. The government decided to allocate land to farmers for reforestation or for commercial plantation development. And secondly, the government is now applying the policy for payment for ecosystem services provided by forests. And thirdly, I just want to mention about the VPA FLECTI that has been ratified by EU and by Vietnamese government recently for timber legality assurance. And because of that, somebody has to make effort to group people or to have farmers work together in certain organizational form, including commercial plantation cooperatives. Right now, there are a lot of forestry cooperatives which have been established recently in different parts of Vietnam. But there are still some problems with the co-op to function well and to provide benefit to the members of co-op. For instance, lack of information, lack of connection with the market, and lack of knowledge to apply for FSC or PFC certification. And because of that, my association, Vietnam Timber and Forest Product Association, is now trying to connect or to develop partnership between small households and entrepreneurs, wood processing and trading companies. And together, I think that we can be expected to provide certain benefit to the farmers who are tackling or who are efforting to do good business in small-scale plantation business. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hoài, for your presentation. And when it comes to the inclusion of smallholder farmer in the national climate agenda, a lot of opportunities and challenges have been observed. I would like to invite Ms. Bule Ivan to help us to clarify what are the main challenges. How can forest smallholder contribute to the climate agenda? As well, how can the organization promote smallholder interest in climate questions?
Hi everyone, I'm very pleased to share with you some information from my organization. My organization, Vietnam Farmer Union, and I'm now senior advisor of program set up by Forest and Farm Facility of FAO for Vietnam Farmer Union. Come back to the question today. I think the first, how we can bring the small farmer to climate change questions. It's very difficult question because the farmer only concerned about their income, about their production, their business, their livelihood. But climate change, sometimes if we do not have the good approach to tell them, maybe they do not interested. That's why we, the Vietnam Farmer Union, we have more than 10 million members, small farmers. And 2/3 of them, they are living in mountainous area and forest area. We have to train them what is climate change. Only on this way we can tell them about climate change affect them and how they can adapt this. As you know, before we have the typhoon, we have the drought, but now we have the very strong storm rain. In last year, even in New Year, the people in the north of Vietnam, they affect with the very big, strong storm rain, and this destroy their farm. This is why now farmers understand that the climate change not only far away them, but now affect them every day. Every day they can have some very suddenly disaster, natural disaster. This is why we train them, we have some communication for them, but we have to link with the production and business. This is a way when we talk with the farmer and we bring them to the national action plan for climate change. And the second question, how the small forest produce can contribute to national climate change? Yes, when they understand the climate change affect them every day, and we train them. First, we BNWSI collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. We sign and we implement the national program for climate change adaptation. And the second thing, we train the farmer how they can organize well. They can establish a collective group or cooperative, and based on that we change the capacity, how they can work together, how they can negotiate with buyer, how they can sell their product, not only the big lot or forest product and even the farm product. And they can sell the mushroom, herb medicine. Oh yes, in the forest landscape they have many things. They can earn the money and they still keep the forest very, very good. They do not need to cut the tree with a 5 year or 6 year. And based on that, we connect them with the company. For example, in FMF, we connect with the forest farmer in Yên with a Hoa Phát company, and Hoa Phát company help them to build up the value chain of FSC product, and now they can export the FSC product to the buyer in Europe. It means that every cubic of meter of block timber, they can earn 20% higher. This is a way we train the farmer. They involve in business, in production, but in the way of that, they understand, oh, they have the value in their forest. Now we have to keep the forest, and they can contribute to climate action plan of our country by their production, by their forest. They do not destroy the forest. They keep the forest and manage very well. For example, in Vietnam, we have the 4 province, Hòa Bình, Yên Bái, Bắc Cạn, and Sơn La, where FFF implement those activities. And based on that, now farmer can have more money, have some more method for mitigation and adaptation with climate change. And by the way, they have the new knowledge on business. And we not only focus on those activities, and now we think that the landscape is the value of farmers, small farmer. They only not have the money from the production. They can get their money from their landscape. This is why we have the landscape approach. We show them how they can do some tourism, forest agriculture tourism, and how they can sell their handicraft product to the tourist people visitor. And now we also build up the forest and landscape protection linkage with the community root tourism and keep some very traditional culture of Hmong, Dao, Thai, ethnic minority culture. And based on that, the farmer organization and small farmer not only keep their landscape, but they can get money from the cultural services. For example, visitors come, they can dance, they can tell them how they can use herbal medicine for birds, for make the people healthier. Even that, when the people can get the income and they can enjoy climate change adaptation by their actions, we only tell them and let them understand. But almost the production and activity only when implement when we have support from local authority. This is why in FFF we have the first outcome of our program. This is how we create enabling policy environment for people. We organize roundtable discussion in commune, in district, in province, and on roundtable discussion we bring on challenges and difficulty of farmers, small farmer group, and small farmer at grassroots level. We bring this challenge to discussion, and we ask and mobilize and encourage the people in stakeholder how to help small farmer to overcome this challenge in each area and in each reality difficulty. And based on round table discussion, almost the people can come and can see, oh, small farmer in our area, they have difficulty in the credit, for example, or in land use certification. When they understand that, they come back and they check that, or even they answer in roundtable discussion, they can have the small farmer and they can solve this problem. That's why we have the local authority and government officer can well implement the policy very well at grassroots level. I think it's very important for doing in Vietnam now. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you to Ms. Yvonne for such valuable source of information. It is obvious that Vietnam Farmer Union and the Forest and Farm Facility have a lot of success in Vietnam, which are really inspiring us. Congratulations to your achievement and thanks again. Now let's move on to the next topic that's been focused not only on the national policy, incentive, and best practice, but also relevant international programs operating in Vietnam. May I invite Dr. Lê Văn Bình? I have two sub-questions for you. The first one is from the smallholder perspective, the policy building smallholder resilient, and what are the impact on smallholder forest producer, and are there any good example? Secondly, from the common goods perspective, are they providing resilience to region or nation or even international community?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Puchi. Hi, everyone. Today, I am very happy to be here to talk about the policy which were issued by Vietnamese government to encourage the farmer who depend on the forest to develop the forest area of Vietnam. As you know, Vietnam government has issued a lot of policy. So today I would like to talk about some key decisions which were affected to the local people. First, I would like to talk about the decision number 38, which were issued in 2016. The main objective of this decision is to plant about 900,000 hectares of forest products and 75,000 hectares of forest protection and special use. The second objective is creating jobs and increasing income for people living in the mountainous area. And the third one is promote the forestry market, including the market of seed supply, technical service, market processing and consumption of forest production. The benefits of this decision is supporting for the organization, household, individual, and community in replantation production forest on the barren and bare hill by using the state buckets. The key support for the farmer is first is the forest for supplying the large timber with the rotation in longer than 10 years. The support level is 9 million VND per hectare, and the forests for supplying small timber with exploited before 10 years of age. The support level is about 5 million VND per hectare. And the important in this decision is supporting for the sustainable forest certificate of enterprise, community, group of household and households, which the level of support is about 300,000 VND per hectare. And the second key decision, I would say, is decision number 886, with the purpose to improve the sustainable forestry development program in the 2016 to 2020 periods. The main objective of this decision is increase the value growth rate from 5 to 6% per year. And the second is the rate of national forest cover reach 42%. And the area of forest is reach 14.4 million hectares. As a productivity of plantation forest reach 20 cubic meter per hectare per year. And the important is to maintain 25 million jobs for the local area, increase their income, reduce poverty for group of people living based on the forest. And the last key decision, I would say, the decision number 1288, which were issued in 2018, with the objective of this decision is manage and use of forest resources sustainable, increase the value of plantation forest, increase the income for people living based on forests, and meet the export market demand of forest production. And the key reason of this decision is the Vietnam Forest Certification Scheme was established in 1990. the Vietnam Forest Certification Scheme system that includes agency, organization, and related documents to ensure the implementation sustainable forest management and forest certification to meet the requirement of sustainable forest management and compliant international rule. This scheme is very useful for the local people with the group forest management standard, which promotes increase and maintain the forests for the remote area. And the result of some policy and the program, I would say the Red Plus, the objective of the Red Plus in late 2018, Vietnam became the first Asia-Pacific country to reach eligibility for refund based on carbon reduction payment under Red Plus. The Vietnam Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, with responsibility for implementing payment for environment services, has successfully issued, produced, and established fixed payment for the water, seal, and landscape. The goal of the payment forest environment services are to improve forest quality and quantity, increase the forest sector contribution to the national economy, reduce the state financial burden for forest protection and management. The reason of the policy is I would say some example in 2019 this bucket will get 2,600 billion VND from the electric power and water supply company, and then we could some province of Vietnam will get the bucket from this fund, including the Bắc Cạn, Hòa Bình, Lâm Đồng, and Quảng Trị. So I think up to now, the Vietnam government will issue a lot of the policy to encourage the local people, especially who depend on the forest, to maintain the forest and increase the forest cover in Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bing. Now let's move on to the last presentations. Associate Professor Dr. Phạm Thị Hồng Yến is going to continue with the discussions about the policy response from the government of Vietnam. The questions for her are: if the ROAS policy are already in place, is there any bottleneck that prevents smallholders equally benefiting them? And what are the recommendations to advance smallholder forestry and inclusion for forest producer in national climate agenda?
Thank you for all the panelists today. And from all the panelists today, we can see a comprehensive picture and background about the forest developments in Vietnam, from the challenges to opportunities and policy aspects. The recommendations that in order to advance smallholders, forestries, and also in order to participate in the national climate agenda, from VCA, we would think that only supporting from the policy point of view, those policies should be designed in a simple and easy to apply procedures in practice, also with an appropriate process, and also clear profile and information transparency in order to helping the smallholders forestry easy and also able to participate in. And also having a policy to granting loans according to the development cycles plan with incentive interest can take the planted forests as a collateral. And encouraging smallholders to become members of the cooperatives. So to establish new forestry cooperatives or support and maintaining the efficiencies of the current forestry cooperatives. Training and also enhancing the capacities of those organizations in order them to participate in the package on the carbon offset for a long-term plantations business. Also having a program to helping the cooperatives members, the forestry farmers to understand about the certifications, the VFCS, Vietnam Forest Certification Scheme. And that would be taking a long-term approach for the sustainable forestry development. Also, if there is a policy to support the smallholders forestry to receiving the insurance while plantings, those forests could be a very applicable and beneficial measures. Besides, together with those recommendations on the policy, so adopting policy that's supporting new crop varieties with high productivity suitable to climate change also could be the valuable measurables to the climate change negative impacts. Supporting allow conforming and establishing consulting organizations or enhancing the capacities of cooperatives to have them able to receiving and applying high technology and to the forest production, management, harvesting, and processing. So from that, the qualities and also the productivities could be guaranteed and can bring in a stable income for the small holders, forestries, and farmers. I think besides those measures, strengthening the policy to encourage the cooperatives members, the cooperatives and farmers to visit, to research, to be trained in also learning from international experience in maintaining good, effective models from countries such as in Finland would be a very good example. And beside that, in Vietnam, we guarantee some very close collaborations between the partners and organization institutions that would be well and being supported by international communities. I think it would be also very good measures that we can coordinate and brings the good benefits to the development, sustainable forestry developments in Vietnam. Thank you very much. And also thank you all the panelists today. And also we are highly appreciation for all of your support and looking for new cooperations with you all in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ian, for your presentation and also your valuable recommendations. And I also want to say thank you to all panelists today for sharing with us your knowledge. To wrap up our session, I would like to give a short summary. As discussed before, the government of Vietnam have recently recognized the importance of smallholder forestry in responding to climate change, with many decisions have been issued in the last decade. which we can mention to Sustainable Forest Development Program or the National Forest Certification System. REST Plus were only launched in Vietnam since 2009, have made certain achievement. While the payment for forest environmental services is considered as a breakthrough in Vietnam forest sector. However, the development of smallholder forestry faces a lot of difficulties originating from the nature of forest producers themselves. They are very poor, poorly educated, and with limited access to the new technology and finance. That's the main reason why forest producers cannot keep their trees longer than 4 to 5 years. Other challenges include in-skill land tenure, limited technical capacity, lack of incentive, weak linkages to among smallholder and wood industry. Additionally, market barriers like timber legality and sustainable management certifications have hindered the export of forest products. Meanwhile, the capacity of forest producer organizations in advancing their member interests is still very low, particularly when it comes to the inclusion of small forest producers in national climate agenda. Forestry is rather new activities are not just well defined in the development strategy and are not always discussed and addressed separately. Therefore, in order to enhance recognition of smallholder forestry in national climate agenda, we need to start first from strengthening the sector itself. The core of the problem lies in how to tackle existing challenges so that smallholder forest producers can gain better benefits from the forest. In order to make it happen, several recommendations have been drawn, starting from organized smallholder in suitable production organizations, improving the value chain and linking smallholders with private sector and have them earn more money from not only selling the timber with around like 20% higher price, but also non-timber forest product and other environmental services like tourism. At the government level, it is essential to have policies that focus on launch programs with suitable interest rate, insurance scheme for plantation with longer rotation, and technical transfer for smallholders through training, demonstration, extension. By these interventions, we strongly believe that the capacity of forest producers to engage with and contribute to climate market policies, process, and programs will be improved. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you again for your participation in this session.
Now we are coming closer to the end of the whole webinar. We had these two interesting panels, one by the International Family Forest Alliance that was commented by Mr. Juha Hakkarainen. Unfortunately, Petri Sarvamaa from the European Parliament was not available. So Juha Hakkarainen represented the Central Union of Farmers and Forest Owners of Finland. And then lastly, we had the debate from Vietnam on smallholder forestry, how it has been evolving in Vietnam. And interestingly, the government and other institutions are starting to support more strongly the inclusion of smallholders and establishing rules and regulations that can be used to include even the smaller forest owners to the system and value chain. Now, the final session that we have are, maybe I wouldn't use the word conclusion. I would more say the final words or final observations. My name is Tina Huvio, and I'm here representing Food and Forest Development Finland, FFD, and I would like to thank all the other organizations from our part, but even more, I would like to thank the panelists, all the organizations who have been sharing their videos and testimonies during these 3 days, and the panelists. The whole process of these 3 days, it was actually taking because we were supposed to have a 3 days event in Helsinki, and we kind of just shifted the whole thing into internet, and it has been a process. It's not only the process to understand better how the FFPOs and farmers survived through COVID-19 and climate change, but it has been also a huge learning process on how to deal with these internet-based tools. And I can tell you, it was more laborsome than I thought, more complicated. We had a great team participating. I'd like to especially mention Eva Mäkinen. You see her name there. She has been the solid pillar, organizing everything, keeping us everybody going, sharing links and solving technical issues. We have also Petteri Huvio, who has been providing technical assistance and always coming to our help in the moments of panic, which we had couple. And we have Caroline Clément de Colombière, who has been the one sharing the screens and making sure that everything is working there. Thank you for the whole team. I would also like to mention from FFD team, especially Nora Simola, who has been working furiously and intensely with all the partners in the organizing team, but also with all the FFPOs and all the other actors who have been on board in this exercise. What I could note is that during this process, despite of having received critique that we're taking it too long, it's too complex, that too many hours, etc. But all the time I've seen almost 100 participants, and today we reached something like 220 at the best, and it shows that there is a need for this debate. It shows that farmers and their organizations have a feeling that they are not heard, because this is the only way to explain that you spent like 5 hours a day staring at this screen. Even though we have a good content, a good messages, it requires stamina and persistence. And you have showed that you have it because you thought that this was important and interesting. We have the recommendations, both in English and in French, now posted in our website. We are working to have them all in Agricord, FFF and FFD website, also in the form that they can be downloaded. Myself, I took the liberty to take a couple of key messages that I felt personally as touching. For me, the first one is to keep farmers farming. I think that it is important that, especially during these times of problems and challenges, there is direct funding coming to FFPOs that allow them to provide services to their constituency and to their members. Women, men, youth, name them. They are all active and they need to be supported. Another one I would like to mention is transform the system. Take the opportunity with COVID-19 and with all the problems, because it is also highlighting the vulnerabilities and problems within the present food system. Therefore, this is also a moment to take them forward and ask for support to change them. There is a need for paradigm change that puts farmers to a central position, not only within the food system or food systems, but also as the managers of natural resources and climate actors. It is also important that this is not only something that we talk to the public sector. We have to have private sector actors along the value chains on board. And we have to make sure that markets become fair, that there is a possibility to earn decent living from agriculture and forestry. For that, we need to do our share. We need to diversify. We need to look for better technologies. We look for better market linkages, but it's not only up to farmers organizations or us supporting them. We have to have all the actors on board. And finally, which is very often said, leave no one behind. We have to recognize each and everybody's role. And definitely, if we look at the households, if we look at the societies, if we look at the world in total, women needs more recognition. And if we're looking for solutions, they shouldn't add burden on women. We should look for solutions where everybody can take part in the activities with a fair share, both on the burden and both on benefits. And maybe finally, that was emphasized also by Esther Benonia and Elizabeth Simadala, the FFPOs need to have a voice. They need to be heard and recognized as central actors in policymaking, in research, in climate action, in all these thematic areas where they are actors. Now we have the messages, and I'm happy to say that they will be taken forward. The next possibility will take place the 23rd of June, when the Global Landscape Forum is organizing a session where the organizing team will take part. But this is not enough. I think that there is a need to build a stronger and more strategic approach so that FFPOs, farmers, we who are supporting them, can build a more strategic and stronger way to engage us, to engage FFPOs and farmers, and to push them into the position which is needed. I think that all the organizations of this webinar, AgriGord, the Asian Farmers Association, Food and Forest Development Finland, Forest and Farm Facility of FAO, and Pan-African Farmers Organization, we share this ambition to construct a transformative change. Thank you from my behalf. And now I would like to pass the word to Jeffrey Campbell to close the webinar.
Thanks so much, Tina, for those wonderful and comprehensive remarks. And you've saved me a little bit from the round of thanks that I also wanted to present. But I did want to mention, particularly from our FFF team, Sophie Raals, who was a very, very key in this work, and from the IUCN partners, Pauline Buffler, from IIED, Duncan and Anna, and we really appreciate all of the FFD team, Hannah-Laura and Stefan from AgriCord, Fatima from PAFO, Esther and Lance from AFA. You can see this was already a collective action. And I think that, to me, is where the greatest strength comes from. I also wanted to thank all of those who made the presentations, the ones who had to be prepared, do pre-recordings, who forgot to turn their videos off and were seen grabbing a quick bite to eat, which I believe was my case, and had to be ready to present. But also I want to thank all of you whose fingers did the talking. We had a very active participation on chat. We had comments, we had congratulations, we had questions, we had new information being shared, and we had contacts being made. And I think the fact that new relationships were created and thickened is in itself always one of the greatest accomplishments of this kind of activity. I think this COVID-19 really makes us aware of the need to be in touch. And we can't do it personally, we can't have the same meetings we used to, and these Zooms and these other virtual opportunities are really priceless. I mean, some people are talking about webinar fatigue, but I also get a webinar energy injection from seeing everyone, and often from the informal part, people waving at the end or seeing the long lost friends and colleagues. And this is all part of this need for collective action. And I think, working together not only in each of our own producer organizations or our own organizations, but linking with the bigger sense of collective action that we build in these kind of meetings. We saw in the Vietnam case a wonderful partnership, government, research agencies, cooperative alliance, farmers organizations, union. This is what we need. We need to really build a movement around this. And we see that in spite of all the good narrative, we know that still a very small proportion of resources is actually getting down to at least the constituency that all of us feel can play such a big role. So that means we need to continue. We need to raise the issue around those barriers which existed before COVID-19 and even climate change, but especially coming to light with that. We need to build this resilience, I think, and then we need to apply it and monitor it. Are we better off? Are we safer? Are we more secure? Are the special needs of women and others who are most seriously affected being met? Do we have more opportunities? Are we enriching our land, water, and forest and food systems for our grandchildren and for the 7th generation we hope will still be forest and farm producers? Are we building on traditional knowledge to create new and innovative systems? Are we helping governments to make dramatic policy changes that could transform what we're working on? Let's keep monitoring ourselves and our progress on this and see if we really are resilient. Because I think that we already have shown, and producer organizations have shown their resilience, and we want to help strengthen it. Let's share these recommendations widely and continue to brainstorm. As Tina mentioned, we're having a forestry and COVID webinar week at FAO in June, and on the 23rd we have a session which we're collaborating with the Global Landscape Forum on solutions for resilience, and the presentations of these recommendations will be made there as well. So I'd like to just finally end by not forgetting that at the basis of all of this, as Duncan said, is a certain biocultural relationship. And for me, the only way I can express that is by actually letting the forest product speak for itself.